pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Bill Lambert.
Laura Berman. Laura Blakely.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 4 trustees are present. We will now move on to the approval of the agenda. Trustees, are there any questions? Seeing as none, if you're a member of the public who would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can submit a yellow speaker card. So people aren't able to respond to you over Zoom. There's no one in the room that needs interpretation right now, but we do have people join off and on all through the evening, and that is why we have the interpretation service set up. Thank you. All right, we have one comment in person. We'll put a 3-minute timer up. Bless you. All right, former trustee Nelson, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on that the things that are on the agenda, and one of the things I'm really glad to see back is 11B, which is the governance calendar that lets all the rest of us know what may be coming. Of course, it isn't exactly true because things change, but it gives us in the public some idea of what the administration and the president are thinking of putting on agendas in the future. The other thing is, this is addressed to the president as chair of the meeting. The last meeting, somebody made a comment on what the agenda was and what the consent items was, and she said she thought some arrangement or something wasn't right. And you shut her down by saying, I'm not going to let you make a comment on that item because I'm declaring you've already made a comment on that item. That is involving one item on the agenda. She wasn't addressing exactly what she didn't like, what was on the consent agenda, with another item. That's a violation of the Brown Act. You're suppressing people complaining to the school about specific items, and you, President Conley, will be getting a letter from me about ceasing and desisting this. And you know what the dance is, because you've danced a few times, that you will be required or requested to put it on your agenda and discuss whether you agree or not. And I hope you have good counsel, because it's pretty clear that things like this are not allowed to be suppressed. And then you can vote on whether you're going to say, we don't admit we did anything wrong, but we won't do that again. And then the dance ends. Thank you.
All right, is there comments or a motion from trustees?
I make a motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Is this a time to pull something?
This is the agenda, not the consent agenda.
And I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Blakely, the agenda has been approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 2, the consent agenda. I would like to pull, at the request of staff, items to discuss. Item 2F, the exemption for the required expenditures for classroom teacher salaries. And then item 2G, the change order for the restrooms project. Are there any other items that trustees would like to pull for discussion? Trustee Lambert?
I would like to make a comment on the contracts. I don't want to pull it necessarily.
I think that's fine. I mean, I think we pull them to discuss, but so that would be the process, I think.
Pull the contracts.
Okay, all right. So are there any questions from trustees? Okay, we'll take public comment if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the consent agenda minus the contracts, item F and item G. You can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. I do have cards for 2F, so when we talk about that, I'll call public comment for that. All right, is there a motion from trustees, seeing as there are no public speakers? Oh, wait, there is one hand online, excuse me. We'll get a timer up for 3 minutes. Contracts F, G. Contracts F and G have already been pulled and they'll be discussed separately. So if you want to comment on those, you can wait until we discuss each of them. If you're commenting on the remainder of the items on the consent, then you can do so now. All right, Allie, you have 3 minutes. You may unmute when you're ready.
Hi, thanks. I think I can make this pretty quick. I just want to comment on the consent agenda in general. It turns out that it seems like the consent agenda has become a burial ground for multiple contracts, and things that are controversial are being put on here. Consent agendas are supposed to be areas, where we have no controversy or no concern, right? And so my concern is that our governance has gotten completely out of hand, where we just lump important things that are controversial into the consent agenda. And I guess I'm just pleading with you to please stop this practice. It's gotten really messy. Every single meeting, it seems like we need to pull things from the consent agenda. So moving forward, if we could make sure that things on the consent agenda are non-controversial, that would save us all a lot of time. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy Actor. All right, trustees, is there a motion regarding the items that are remaining on consent?
I move that we approve the items remaining on consent as presented.
I second the
All
motion.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, on a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Lambert. The items remaining on consent have been passed unanimously. We will now first discuss contracts. You wanted to make comments, trustee Lambert.
Yes, I just wanted to comment briefly on the contracts. I put a request in for further clarification of a few items on the agenda, on the contracts, such as number 1, 4, and 9. And I just wanted to say that the staff responded to those questions and they're included in the board packet.
Thank you, trustee Lambert. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on the contracts? Former trustee Nelson, I have you down for 2F. Do you
Oh,
also want to comment on the contracts, or are you, okay. And we do not have any commenters online. If you'd like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is no public comment on this time, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve item 2B, contracts.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye, on a motion made by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Blakely. The contracts under item 2B are approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 2F, the approval of application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teachers' salaries. And I know there were some questions that came up from the public about this, and so I think Dr. Westover was going to try and address some of those.
Yes. So I have a presentation to share this evening. to kind of walk us through a little bit about what the current expense of education is. So what is the current expense of education, or the CEA? So our district has actually come in and out of this several times over the past few years. So this is not the first year that we've had to request an exemption. So the calculation of the current expense of education actuals, or CEA, is a requirement used to determine the percentage of expenditures for the direct classroom costs of teaching students. And I thought we would talk a little bit about what goes into this calculation. So it's a division. We have the numerator on the top and the denominator on the bottom. The numerator is certificated salaries, and then we remove community services, food services, fringe benefits for retired persons, and construction. So all of these calculations are done based off of our SACS documents. So SACS coding is how we code every single dollar that flows in and out of the district. So how this calculation is done, it is there's no guesswork with this. It says if it's this code, this is what you put in the numerator. For the denominator, it's the total spending, removing transportation, lottery, special ed students in non-public schools, and other federal or state categorical aid, not including any teacher salaries. So depending on what type of district you are, there are different required percentages. For elementary districts, it's 60%. Unified districts, it's 55%. In high school districts, it's 50%. So then the question is, why do we have different percentages for the different types of districts? The reason we have different percentages is typically high school districts. They have more need for staff, such as counselors, at-risk, school engagement facilitators, which is why their percentage is lower. Because remember, in that numerator is just classroom teacher salaries. So most elementary and middle schools now have a need for additional staff outside of the classroom. So this has been a change. When we look at this is what school services presented back in May. This is looking at all districts across the state of California and if they're able to meet the CEA requirement. So we'll notice from 2009 all the way up to 2022, when they had the most recent data, only 57.6% of districts across California, elementary districts like us, did not meet this requirement. And of course, this goes back to how districts are spending money. So the trends in meeting the CEA requirements, there continues to be an upward trend of districts not meeting the CEA. This is due to multiple factors, including the need for more counselors at risk and other positions outside of the classroom. Many districts, including MVWSD, contract out programs such as ELOP, which impacts our final numbers. So for ELOP, we use YMCA and Right at School. In the 22-23 year, 57.62% of elementary districts did not meet the CEA. So some more additional information, 74% of our budget is spent on salaries, excluding district leaderships. So this includes counselors, psychologists, nurses, and principals. So the majority of our budget does go towards salaries, just not necessarily classroom salaries that meet that 60%. It does not include contracts for ELOP or other special ed services. There was also a question about how the superintendent and public relations expenses have grown over the years. In the 2021 year was a little bit of an outlier. This is actually similar across the state. When we look at expenses, that there were artificial.
It was not the public agenda.
I'm sorry,
This
this
is
is not
in the
time for
public
public
agenda that
comment.
this
This presentation will be uploaded later, Mr. Nelson.
During COVID, we had an outlier year, so it's really not a picture of what the actual expenses were. We also added a comms specialist, so that person started halfway through the year in the 21-22 year and had a full year in the 22-23 year. So the comms specialist was added to handle an increase in volume for content for social media, website, and graphic design. Additionally, in the superintendent's office, when we code for SACS, any project that the district is taking on that doesn't fit into other departments, so for example, Reimagine Castro, would be coded to the superintendent's bucket. So for the Castro plan, they looked at multiple different schools across the US and how we could improve Castro. So some of those expenses are also in the office of the superintendent. So what happens after you file an exemption? So you file it with the county. The county then, there's multiple ways that you can be exempt from this requirement. For Mountain View Wisman, one of the ways that we show that we are exempt is by showing that we have high salaries. And we look at comparable districts. Comparable districts typically are also elementary districts because high school districts and unified districts are funded differently. So we show that our salaries are comparable and high on the high side. Therefore, we would be exempt from the 60%. So from there, the county would either approve or not approve the exemption. If they approve the exemption, the funds would then be released and come back to the district for spending in the following year. If the county does not approve the exemption, the funds are held, and then in the following year, those funds need to be applied directly to teacher salaries. And then I wanted to open it up for questions.
Are there any questions from trustees? All right, seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on item 2F, you may raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or if you are in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. All right, we have 2 speakers online and 2 speakers in person. We usually allocate 10 minutes total, so I'm going to give each speaker 90 seconds. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 minutes. I'm going to give each speaker 2 minutes. We will start with our in-person speakers. Former trustee Nelson, you may begin when you're ready.
And I'll take 30 seconds off of what I said because I had a comment there. Maybe that was included in the auxiliary material that was put in, that chart. One of the interesting charts too, if you take this district and look at what the percentage of spending was on disclassified positions, ones that are, teachers on special leave, ones that are in the district doing different kinds of things, but aren't in the classroom. So this audit percentage was put to try to see that schools are spending enough of their money actually in the classroom, not, people who are doing PR on this or something else, or teachers of teachers, or wellness for district office, wellness for teachers. That isn't one of the items that's included in this idea to get 30%. So the idea that the rest of the school districts in the state are spend 57% of them are going over it isn't really a great metric. Does that say, has that metric been getting, and it's been getting worse versus time? What it may say is districts you'll see have been spending a higher percentage of their budget for things like district office. I don't know what our percentage is now, the administrative overhead, but I think it's 7.2%. So that's the kind of thing we're worried about. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker in person is Lillian Good.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity to have more discussion about this. Originally, I was going to ask for it to be pulled so it could be discussed. Even with Dr. Westover's explanation, I still have issues with this. I don't feel that by saying, oh, lots of other places do it, so it's fine for us to do it, really is adequate. This is a basic state law that a certain percentage of money should go to teachers' salaries. And that's to try to ensure the best education that we can have for our kids. Mountain View Wisman School District failed to comply with this. Greater than $4.5 million should have gone to teacher salaries, and it didn't. Dr. Westover says that we already have higher salaries than what is average. I agree with that. But this money still could go to teacher salaries by doing things like decreasing classroom sizes, which is essential and not optimal in our district. It could go to programs like expanding the early literacy program to every school site that is in need, or a myriad of other programs, and still put this towards the teachers. In the notes that we had prior to the new presentation, Dr. Westover's notes indicated that much of this money was spent on contracting special ed and specialized personnel. But I have doubt in this. I would like the board to ask for actual data numbers of what was spent on contracted teachers. At $4.5 million, allocating, say, $200,000 per teacher would result in 22.5 contracted teachers. We don't have this many contracted teachers. Additionally, there's not a single current job posting for special education, speech therapy, vision therapy, occupational therapy, or any aid position. So we are not, in fact, actively recruiting with serious intent. We as a community need to understand the real reasons why the district failed to meet the minimum teacher salary requirements and at the same time overspent on their own budget. I would like you guys to ask for more.
All right, we will move on to our online speakers. We cut the time. So we've had a third speaker pop up online after I had closed the window. There is 10 minutes allocated for public comment on our items, and we had 8 speakers at 2 minutes. So there is 2 more minutes left. So Ms. Paymer, I will include you, but we're not going to accept any more speakers at this point. We'll start with Nancy Actor. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Hi, okay, thanks. And thanks, Dr. Westover, for the presentation and clarification. That was especially helpful. Thank you to the superintendent and board for requesting that clarification. Whether you realize it or not, we're at a major crossroads here. If you don't listen to anything else I say, please hear this. Submitting this form is a direct affront to teachers. Along the lines of what Dr. Westover stated, by statute with this exemption, the deficiency amount, the 4.5 million, is to be added to the salaries of classroom teachers for the next school year. We spend money on meditation and money on coaching our executives, but we are failing to meet the minimum in terms of supporting our teachers. I asked a teacher at Graham about this, and here is what I was told. GMS needs more instructional assistance with our IEP and 504 students. We need substitutes. Every day, there are 1 to 5 teachers out, and we need to cover, which means we lose a prep period. Again, with this money, we could be hiring permanent substitutes. We were supposed to get paid $100 for subbing, and they dropped it to $65. What are we doing paying our teachers $65 to substitute when they give up their prep periods? Lastly, they could give all certificated teachers a bonus. So that's what the teacher said. Although many districts do not meet the statutory requirement, there is no requirement to submit this exemption form. Any board member that approves this form is taking money directly out of teachers' pockets. Please vote in favor of our hardworking teachers and do not approve this exemption request. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nung Leo.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, and I'm sorry if it has covered because I just logged in. I just wanted to know where, like, are the current staff like picking up the workload of all the open positions? And it go back to Nancy about subbing and teacher losing their prep period. And then I have issue with the comparison data. Why isn't Sunnyvale, Cupertino, or Palo Alto on this? And why is Franklin, McKinley, Cambrian, Campbell Union, and San Jose and Campbell is on this comparison? If anything, Sunnyvale should be included on this because they're both K-8 district. They're basics A, just like Mount View Richmond School District. The enrollment is similar. Mount View actually have less. Mount View have 4591, and Sunnyvale has 5618. They have Mount View had 10 elementary school and 2 middle. Sunnyvale has 8 and 2 middle. You know, minority enrollment is 70%, while Sunnyvale has more, 80%. Same SED. Mount View have 24.3. Sunnyvale has 24.2. Like, why isn't this data being compared properly? And I would like this money to go back to the teacher. So I hope that the board vote no on this exemption because the money should be going back to the teacher and support the student. Like last year, you know, being in kinder, I can see that kinder teachers can get so much help getting like an assistant in their classroom. Other districts have teacher and assistant teachers. Maybe apply to that as well for the 9 elementary school, you know, special ed, help, all these there's so much need to it. I'd rather that the money going back to the school and to the student directly to the classroom. Thank you.
All right, before we move on to our third speaker, I just want to make a comment for members of the public. If you're attending in person and you need to carry on a private conversation, please step outside to do so, or I will remind you to step outside to do so. And I ask that we treat everyone with respect here in the room, especially when our public speakers are commenting. Our next speaker is Celia Paymer. You may unmute yourself. If you are disrupting the meeting, then I can ask you to be removed. And right now you're disrupting the meeting. Ms. Payner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm also supervising the Los Altos High School football game, so hopefully you can hear me. I'm calling because I'm also concerned about this waiver. I'm sorry I missed the presentation as the football game was getting ready. But my concerns were, again, as mentioned, the comparables don't include our actually 2 neighboring districts and anything to the north. For some reason, we just went really far south. And I don't think that's an accurate reflection of the comparables in this area. I also think it's clear that we don't have competitive salaries for math and science teachers. We're not competing against other schools. We're competing against their jobs they might choose. Also, we've noted salary raises are not the only way we can be spending this.
Ms. Paymer, I think we lost you. Ms. Paymer, I understand you were supervising an activity. I'm sorry that we lost you. If you hop back on, raise your hand, but also please feel free to email your comments to the trustees at trustees@mvwsd.org. Are there any comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Oh, did you want to go first? Oh, she's back.
Oh, did she come back? There she is. Okay. Ms. Paymer, go ahead. You may finish. Well, let's get your timer up. Just a sec. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah. Sorry. The other thing I just wanted to say was in that list of contractors, it says we're paying $915,000 per year for contractors to teach PE in our elementary schools. In conversations with people in the district, the estimate is it would be 1.2 million total to have 9 full-time PE teachers added to our staff. This means that one of the director positions at the district office, of which we have 3 times as much as our neighboring schools, would actually pay for 9 PE teacher positions. So I think we need to really be looking at how we're choosing to spend our money. There are a lot of claims in that report of why we couldn't get other teachers, but I don't see data or evidence showing open positions that haven't been filled or situations where they could really show that their data compares to outside data. So I definitely question what's in this report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Trustee Blakely.
Sorry about that. I wanted to confirm with Dr. Rudolph, we've hired more permanent substitutes at each school this year. Is that not correct?
That's actually a Ms. Victor question,
Oh.
but the substitutes actually would count against us in this situation.
When they're permanent staff members?
Permanent subs count against us.
Oh, okay. I hadn't appreciated that. Thank you. And then ELAP, I know back in a long time ago, the district did not want MVEF to pay for any salaries of staff because if times got tight, then they'd have to let staff go and they didn't want to have to lay people off. And so they preferred to have some programming outsourced such as PE and CSMA for the K to 5 music. I know that we've changed that. MVF is now paying for salaries for a couple of teachers at the middle schools. But ELAP was one-time money, right? It's like 3-year money and this is the last year of it, isn't it? Am I confusing that?
So and Director Chang can join it, or actually Dr. Westover can also. The ELAP funds is a set amount, but the amount of money that the state gives us versus the percent of students that they actually require to run the program if it exceeds what we're actually allocated from the state. But I'll turn it over to either Dr. Westover or Director Chang to probably provide a little bit more insight if they choose to.
You're correct, Dr. Rudolph. Every year we receive funding from the state, so it is at this point ongoing categorical funding just for the ELOP programs. But because the total number of students that we serve every year is not altogether steady or stable yet, it's hard to predict how much money we necessarily need to spend on staff each year. So that concern about potential layoffs is still a real one.
And then maybe to connect it back to our original discussion item with ELOP, because it is that categorical funding. When we go back to the numerator and the denominator, because ELOP funding does not have teachers in it, it gets removed, which then changes, the percentage a little bit. So it makes it harder for districts to meet that percentage. So that's why we're seeing as districts are getting more categorical funding, meaning it has to be spent in a very specific way, it then gets removed from the denominator, which makes it harder for districts to meet that percentage.
And is that funding, I know it varies to some degree based on the number of students. There was some money that we got for 3 years, and I guess I'm confusing that with ELOP. There was some 3-year money.
Yeah, you're right. During COVID, we had several one-time grants that we had last over 3 years. So we're down to the last couple that we're utilizing to pay for our early literacy program. But we did have chunks of one-time funds that came to us. And I think that one was ELOG, to keep it confusing, ELOG instead of ELOP.
Thank you. And then the last question is, this has been a perennial issue of, I know, trying to hire aides that we have not been able to. We've had, open positions, but are we still trying to hire it? I was a little bit surprised to see that we still didn't have positions open on the website. And it seems like because the contracts you could always just cancel, right? If we were able to find a permanent staff member.
Yeah, I think either Mr. Savaggio or Ms. Victor should answer that, because what you're talking about is the special ed, the impact of that, and so how that plays a role.
So I can answer why we don't have some of the positions open right now. And it's just a matter of once we've hired specific positions, we close the position and then we reopen when another position is necessary. And so you'll see that throughout the year, positions will be open and closed and then reopened and closed. And we're in a transition right now. We've just hired several people. And so we've closed those positions and then new ones will reopen again.
But in the meantime, we're backfilling with contracted positions.
Well, we're still looking, but we're having to backfill with contracted positions because we don't have enough applicants. And these positions were open all summer long with not enough applicants.
So when would we be posting again?
Postings will probably come out again next week.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Berman.
So it looks like when I look at the exemption, that this is the exemption for last school year. So this is our exemption for the justification for why we didn't meet that 60%. So it's not anything that's coming this year. We can continue to staff as we need for this year. This is for last year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And can you just confirm, does not include the special education staff? Does it include this?
Yeah, so it's all based on the SACS coding and how individuals are coded. So it includes in the numerator regular classroom teachers, other certified salaries, summer school teachers, teachers that are stipends. So it depends what type of special ed teacher you're asking about. So psychologists are not in that numerator. Counselors are not in that numerator.
Speech pathologist or someone who comes in and teaches PE that's in an IEP. I'm just curious if we contract with someone like that.
For OT?
Yeah.
I might need Frank to jump in. I don't know the specifics of what OT comes in.
OT is certificated, as is speech therapy, physical therapy. All of those are certificated.
I'm just thinking of the demand that comes in all at once when the school year comes in, and I understand this, the idea of having to contract out, makes a lot of sense to me because you have to be ready to satisfy those minutes right away. And sometimes we can't fill those positions right away, and they are tough positions to come by. So these are definitely individuals that impact the learning of all of our students. And I just understand the rationale for why we contract out for a lot of these services and features that impact our students.
All right, I'll just make a brief comment and then we'll take a motion. The argument that's presented in the exemption itself, that these specialized positions, especially special education and the aides, are opting not to be full-time district employees, but contracting instead in their own field because they have more flexible time, they can charge higher rates sometimes, they can move more freely between locations, and they don't have to be part of the STRS retirement system, the state teachers retirement system. It really has changed the field over the years. We've seen this. And my sister is an OT who works with children and was in school districts for a long time and has herself gone through this transition recently to becoming a contractor instead because of the flexibility that allows and being able to move between different school districts and things like that. So when I kept hearing this kind of equivalence of $4.5 million we're not paying to teachers. We are paying to teachers, but they're not full-time district staff. They're contracted for these specialized roles, for OT, for special education, for aides and things like that. And so if we were to take that money and let's say hire as many Spanish teachers as we could with that $4.5 million, we would still need $4.5 million more dollars to pay for all of these positions that we haven't been able to hire someone internally for. So I just wanted to make sure the public is aware of that. On that note, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve item F as presented, or consent agenda 2F as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, on a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman. Item 2F from consent is approved unanimously. We will now briefly discuss item 2G. Are there any questions from trustees? I was just going to ask, and this might be a Dr. Westover question. These restroom projects, I believe, are in partnership with the city, and we will be getting reimbursed for a portion of them. Is that correct?
Yes. So the city will take on 50% of the cost.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on item 2G? If so, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. We have one speaker online. We'll put a 3-minute timer up. Mohan Gurunathan, you may unmute yourself when you're ready. Oh, we have 2 speakers. All right, I'm cutting it here. We have 2 speakers, hands up, 3 minutes each. We'll start with Mohan Gurunathan. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. I just found it troubling that this item was initially put under consent. This is several $100,000. And with all of the issues and concerns around fiscal management, I don't think this is peanuts. This is worth a discussion. Why did we have these projects cost overruns? What went wrong and how do we avoid them in the future? So reiterating the point made by Ms. Actor earlier, I think there's a tendency to put these large issues under consent. And I'm glad that I appreciate the board pulling this out for discussion now, but it never should have been under consent in the first place. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Non Liu. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Sorry, it was for another item and I'm driving, so I couldn't see it. I'll raise my hand up for another one.
We'll hear from you later. All right. Is there a motion from trustees?
Yes, I approve item 2G, Mountain View Westman School District Community Restrooms Project, change order number 3.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
On a motion made by trustee Lambert and seconded by trustee Blakely, item 2G passes unanimously. We will now move on to item 3, communications. We'll start with employee organizations. If you're a member of an employee organization, a representative, excuse me, and you would like to address the board, you can do so by submitting a yellow speaker card in person or raising your hand or pressing *9 on Zoom. Seeing as there are no representatives at this time, we'll move on to district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? Seeing as there are no representatives of district committees, we'll move on to the superintendent update.
Yep. Just want to give you a couple quick updates. First one is we heard back from the city. They've appointed 1 council member, and then they also sent an additional request to have a staff member to also represent. So when we come back about teacher housing, sorry, I should have led with that first. Then we will ask the board to consider their request to change the resolution from 7 to 8 in order to include the person that they would like. And that's up to the board to make a decision, but we will, what I've informed the city manager is that in the meantime, until it comes back, the member can serve as an ex officio member until the board makes a determination of it. And we can talk and on one-on-ones on that one, but just want to say that the city has already commented and sort of responded to the resolution. We look forward to setting that meeting up as quickly as possible. I also want to talk just a couple of quick moments. Family Giving Tree, Service Now, and the Kids in Need Foundation partnered with Castro Elementary to host a backpack donation for our students and their families during back to school night. The Family Giving Tree donated 175 backpacks, and Service Now and the Kids in Need Foundation also donated another additional 100 backpacks. And just want to thank them publicly for their support. Also new this year, we want to continue to recognize the great things that are happening. So as you know, we have the Golden Turtle Award, where staff members can recognize each staff member. But we also are creating what is called Mountain View Moments. So this is for us to highlight the amazing things that are happening in our schools. And we want to recognize the people that are making them happen. So Mountain View Moments starts next week. Staff and trustees too will get a weekly email full of the little and the big things that staff members do every day to go above and beyond to meet the needs of students, families, as well as colleagues. And just the final thing I have real quick is just want to congratulate Series 7 schools in our district were recognized for being Healthiest Schools Award. They are among the 879 schools nationwide to be named as the Healthiest Schools for 2024. And I think that's really outstanding, just that there's only 879 schools nationwide. This recognition awarded by the Alliance for Healthier Generation, leading children's health organization, honors schools' dedication to supporting the health and well-being of students, staff, as well as family. The schools that are being recognized as for the healthiest schools are Amy and Maya Elementary, Bub Elementary, Crittenden Middle School, Edith Landels Elementary, Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary, Montaloma Elementary, and Therakoff Elementary School. Our 2024 Mountain View Westman awardees are also recognized for increasing family and community engagement at their schools. And then in addition, Therakoff was also recognized for promoting staff wellness. So kudos to the sites for their awards, and it's just another great moment in the district worthy of celebration.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. If there is a member of the public who would like to comment on communications, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. We have one in-person speaker, so we'll put 3 minutes up.
2 minutes will be enough.
You may begin when you are ready.
Okay. Yeah, I want to say, my brother Rudolph, my brother in Christ, my wife helped gather some of these backpacks through our church. Not very many, because we're right now not that giant a congregation, but this is one of the things that Christians like you and I know, that that's part of our faith. We're saved by faith, but it's good works that they know us by. So I'm glad you mentioned that, that community. I would like to, he also mentioned something else. So the city is going to ask you to do something, a little adjustment to something. Now, I saw, and I think a bunch of people in our community saw you sort of with disdain turn down the city request that had come from their lawnmower people to adjust a fence boundary, to straighten it out, to make it easier for them to do mowing of the Montaloma fields. And I don't know what got into Dr. Lambert's mind, but those are big lawnmowers that those guys use. I don't think you know how to drive one. I don't think I know how to drive one. I don't think any of the administrators in either the city or the school district knows how to drive them. So I don't understand why you guys sometimes like to butt heads when the city asks you for sometimes some very small things. So if the city is asking for a slight change in the number of people on that housing thing, please be generous. This is what we expect of city and school district cooperation. We don't expect headbutting. We don't want one of the trustees showing up there and chewing them out for being children. So please be cooperative.
We will now move on to item 4, community comments. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on an item that is not on the agenda, this is the time reserved for doing so. You can raise your hand in Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or you can submit a yellow speaker card if you're here in person. We have one in-person speaker and we have 6 online speakers. So normally I would then divide that into the 10 minutes and each person will have 1 minute. Trustees, I know we're very behind schedule right now. We haven't even made it to our main discussion items and we have a significant amount of work. Okay, we'll do 1 minute each. We'll begin with our in-person speaker. Lillian Good, you may approach the podium and we're going to get a timer up for you. All right, you may begin when you're ready.
Hello, I just wanted to bring attention to mainly the community, but also the board, in case they weren't aware. While the board was in recess over the summer, the superintendent posted for and hired a half-time temporary confidential administrative assistant to work for a period of 4.5 months. 20 hours a week, just over a third of the year, and the salary was up to $142,000. Assuming no holidays off, this is $355 per hour for an administrative assistant. Is that considered reasonable? Not to me. A budget advisory committee is going to be a fine step, but not enough. The board needs to find a way to rein in the excessive spending before this district is bankrupted. We're going to see slides that say that we're projecting an $18 million deficit in the 3rd year from now and dipping reserves down to 2%, which just should not be acceptable. And additionally, I wanted to bring attention that Trustee Blakely's question went unanswered and deserves restating. Did the district promise to hire permanent subs? Did they do that? Did they even post for it?
Thank you, Ms. Good. We will now move on to our online speakers. And I'm going to take a screenshot real quick just to make sure I've got everybody. We're going to start with Ling Wang. You have 1 minute. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Okay, so I'm here to talk about the impact of our budget decisions on a child like me. I'm a child of immigrants who were childcare and restaurant workers. I qualified for free and reduced lunch. While I was still an English learner, my third grade teacher took our class on a field trip to the state legislature and gave me the opportunity to speak before a congressional committee. In fourth grade, we went on a field trip to a presidential campaign rally. In fifth grade, I had the opportunity to take advanced math and participate in a school play. In sixth grade, I took a foreign language wheel where I was introduced to German, French, Spanish, and Latin. In seventh grade, I took a woodworking elective. And here, in this community, with more money than my parents could have imagined, a child like me does not have access to the diverse, enriching education experience that I was given. So I'm here tonight to talk about it's time that we focus more on a quality education, prioritizing direct student spend that support teaching and
Thank you very much, Ms. Wang. Please do feel free to email in the rest of your comments to the Board of Trustees. Nancy Actor, you may have 1 minute. You can unmute yourself when you're ready.
Last night I was at a Graham softball game. A nice community of parents was there rooting on their favorite Bears. After the game, one coach told me that MVEF generously funded the buses for the kids to get to the Sunnyvale Middle School. When I asked him where the funding was coming from for team sweatshirts, he reluctantly revealed that he was paying out of pocket to get each kid on the team a Graham sweatshirt. At that same game, another coach paid out of pocket to buy cold drinks for the team. Dr. Rudolph and trustees, this is what happens out in the real world while our administration is allegedly in their $1,000 meditation sessions. This is why I object to things like $30,000 per person ILO coaching for district administration. How is it possible that you're okay with letting volunteers fundraise for hours on end to provide our school teams with transportation? How is it okay that our hardworking teachers and school staff pay out of pocket to support our kids while you're in your $30,000 a year coaching sessions? The PTA is literally collecting used shoes to try to fundraise. How are you okay with this? Time and time again, I've said we've got to get the money back to the.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mohan Gurunathan. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You hit Annie? You can
In the
go
last
for-
board, hello?
No.
I'm sorry, there's someone speaking in the background on your line?
No, that's not on my mic. I think someone else was unmuted.
It might have, okay, thank you.
Okay, let's try it again. Okay. In the last board meeting, we heard a lot about wellness and why wellness is important for staff, for parents, and for students. And I doubt you will find many parents who disagree with this, but you missed the concern completely. The concern was the cost. And the question that the superintendent and board members have not answered satisfactorily still is, how do you justify the cost of over $1,100 per meditation session for private meditation services? Do you really think this is a reasonable cost? And what other options did you consider? Now, this is a really critical question that needs to be answered. And I think you owe the community an answer on this because it goes directly to your judgment on fiscal matters, which is a big open question at this time. Another important question we need you to answer is, what do you mean by pausing contracts versus scaling back on them? Because we're getting conflicting and mixed messages on that as well. And substantial payments have been made on those contracts, so we need answers on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurunathan. We will now move on to Kia. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So not sure if this has ever been discussed before, but according to our district policy 3311 AR-bids, we are required to use a competitive bidding process for service contracts that exceed $114,500. So last board meeting, Dr. Rudolph said that bidding was not done for service contracts. So can the board help me understand if that's consistent or inconsistent with district policy? If it's inconsistent, what are the legal implications? Have we done something illegal here? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marta. Marta, you may unmute yourself when you're ready, but hold on just a moment. If you're in the room, I please ask that if you have to have a private discussion, you do so outside especially not when the public speakers are speaking. We want to make sure we can hear them. Marta, you may unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I only want to follow up on a question on something that was talked about in the last meeting regarding the ILO contract, which was brought up for discussion, but then it turned out that it was already signed. So I just want to understand why an already signed contract is up for discussion, and if there's a motion not to pass it, then we cannot. It cannot happen because it's already signed. So I just don't understand the processing on that contract signing issue, because if it's already signed, yeah, I just don't understand. Maybe someone can explain it. Thank you.
All right, and our last speaker is Celia Paymer. You may unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. I agree with all the previous commenters, but I'm actually going to change topic a bit. What I'm concerned about is we had a meeting at BUB last night to discuss iReady and if our PTA wants to fund it or our school wants to fund it for the lessons. What I noticed at that meeting was there was a lot of fear from parents that the schools who had already decided to pay for iReady out of their own PTA funds would have an advantage on getting into math tracks in middle school. I think this brings up a really big concern with equity in the terms of our math tracking in general, but now specifically in terms of some schools getting access to basically test prep when others don't for a test that's being used in a high stakes assessment. So I really hope the board will consider passing a policy that no assessment or tools are used to set math tracks unless it's accessible to all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paymer. And anyone, I know that it's very challenging to share a comment in 1 minute. Please do feel free to write into the board. I had a couple of clarifying questions, Dr. Rudolph. Well, and first, I wanted to direct some of our speakers were asking about our contracting process and what gets signed and what doesn't. And I would direct you to an item that we have that discusses this very topic later this evening. It is item 6B. And there is also a presentation posted online that has information as well. But the admin contract of the summer, Dr. Rudolph.
I'm actually going to turn that over to Dr. Westover because that has nothing to do with me whatsoever.
So the admin contract this summer was actually for the business office secretary who's on maternity leave. So it was a part-time position. Instead of filling a full-time position, since she's out, we actually only filled it part-time to try to save. So we have a part-time person sitting in for somebody that's on maternity leave. The other piece that might be helpful is athletics. So we sat down 2 years ago with the athletic directors as well as the principals to talk about athletic budget. So MVA does cover a portion of athletics, but the district actually funds about $80,000 for athletics. So we went through all the coaches and the stipends, how much they needed to pay for all the coaches. And then we said for busing, because we know busing is currently an issue, we don't have enough bus drivers. We said, kind of your budget is unlimited for busing. So whatever you need to do to get to your sports event, we ended up covering it and making the school whole. So the district does cover all the costs of the busing as well as the majority of the stipends that MVEA does not pick up.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. We will now move on to item 5A, review and action. This is a public hearing on resolution number 01-090524. I'm going to start on the resolution on sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks for 24-25 at 7 p.m. The public hearing is open. We will hear from our Chief Academic Officer, Kathy Bauer.
Good evening, trustees. So each year, the governing board is required to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution stating that each pupil has access to sufficient textbooks and/or instructional materials. And tonight, I'm just asking that you hold that public hearing and adopt the resolution as presented.
Are there any questions from trustees? Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? You can approach the podium in person or raise your hand or press *9 on your phone if you're on Zoom. Seeing as there is only one public comment, we'll put up a 3-minute timer. Former trustee Nelson, you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you. Sorry I didn't submit a yellow card. Yeah, because this is a very quick one. I have not seen any data anywhere talking about what that lady was talking about access to online prep tools. One of the things that's said in this, the things for this hearing is that that there are internet access for all students. What I would like to know, and I guess I'm probably going to have to file a Public Records Act, is what are the stats showing how many what percent of the SED kids were actually connecting to the internet and what speeds that they were connecting versus non-SED, because we know people who have super high fast Wi-Fi can access better content. The other thing is what happens during the summer when those Chromebooks get pulled back? Well, my family has lots of computers and my kids had their own computers. So the issue of accessing something like iReady, which is one of the prep tools for getting into math, for instance, in 6th grade at a higher track, is having access to that. And I certainly know if my kids had ever been behind in math, which fortunately they weren't, I would be going over those tools with them on the things that are provided by the district, which is access to that site. So if there's a report that says what I want, which is show me what the access rates are for SED kids in 5th grade, which is a real crucial one to get there, and to 8th grade. Because I know if I make it too broad, it will take the people that access, what is it, one Public Records Act per week. There's 2 people that are answering these things, and the numbers that I saw seem to say it's going to take them a week. They're working on this so much, or is it one a day? Is that what they're doing? You know, look at the productivity if those numbers that we got from the last meeting are right. But what I'd like to know, so I'm going to make it a real short Public Records Act, and I'm going to ask, particularly showing what the connectivity of these things are for the group that I was talking to my brother Rudolph about, those people who are poor, those families that are poor. Thank you.
Right. Are there any comments from trustees or from Dr. Rudolph?
Just real quick, we wouldn't be able to have any record of students who don't have devices that are issued by the district, but what I can say is that the students that are issued either a hotspot or a CBRS enabled, we do have, but I don't know if we can clock the gig speed. But I do want to point out that all of our students that are SED that have the option to attend the ELOC program are actually given devices, and they're allowed to keep them. And our 5th through 8th graders actually retain their devices and take them with them to the high school district. And then our younger kids don't turn theirs in until I think the refresh is they turn them in 4th, and then they get a new one in 5th. But we do make sure that in the overlap, the students have access to them and that they have access to all the programs.
Thank you. Comments or comments from trustees? No, then I will close the public hearing at 7:05 p.m. Is there a motion from trustees?
I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 01-090524. Pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state framework as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Blakely, the trustees voted unanimously to approve and adopt resolution number 01-090524, pupil textbooks and instructional materials aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with content and cycles of state frameworks as presented. We will now move on to item 5B, which is the unaudited actual report from Dr. Westover.
Good evening, trustees. I also have Nadia Pongo, who's Director of Fiscal, who will be presenting with me tonight. Sorry, give me a moment. All right. So this evening, we will be presenting the unaudited actuals. They are called the unaudited actuals because they are our actuals, but they have not yet been audited, hence the title. I know that we're short on time, trustees, so I'm going to skip through the strategic plan and its connection and talk about why we have unaudited actuals. So no later than September 15th of each year, the district is required to submit the unaudited actual financial report to Santa Clara County Office of Education. Each year, we prepare the end of the year financial statements as of June 30th using a format known as the State Account Code Structure, or SACS. The SACS codes are used across the state and is to better able to help districts report financials in a systematic way. It is a report of all activities in all the district funds, identifying unspent funds or reserves that are carried forward into future years. We'll talk a little bit more about what it means to carry forward funds into future years. Specifically, we'll talk about why we will expect to see large swings in expenditures and also income. And a lot of this is due to some of that one-time funding we were talking about previously today. So there are swings in our budget, but it's anticipated, and it's because of those one-time funds again. It will later be used by external auditors to prepare the official audit report. In June, we presented the 23-24 estimated actuals during the 24-25 budget adoption process. The unaudited actuals are compared to the estimated actuals presented within the 24-25 budget. So as we're doing budget adoption and doing estimated actuals, we meet with every single department and school site in the district to try to understand what the needs are for the following years, as well as where they think they will land. The variances that we see between estimated and actuals that we're presenting today is for a variety of different reasons that Ms. Pongo will go through. We use conservatively estimated revenue and expenditures during the budget and interim reporting process. This is because the risk of overstating is too great, so the safest path is to be conservative. Revenue is what causes the differences between estimated and unaudited actuals? Revenue comes in that was not anticipated. Expenditure allocations for contracted services and unfilled positions reduced anticipated expenditures, and carryover amounts will be recognized during the first interim budget report. Ms. Pongo.
Yes, good evening, trustees and Mountain View Wisman community. I'll go over some of the changes and variances as previously stated. During budget adoption in June, we projected an estimated 1 million decrease to the general fund. After closing the books around this time, the district is reporting 4 million increase to the general fund for the school year, the fiscal year 23-24, and I'll be going over those changes. So I'll go over the total revenue increases, and some of this increase is interest for the last quarter of the year. It was 1.2 million. This was unusual for this year. Typically, it's a lot less material, but we'll continue to forecast our cash flow and adjust our budget accordingly going forward. Our assessed value, we projected it at 7%, and it came in as a 7.51%. This assessed value is about $329,000. Sometimes the assessed value makes an adjustment down. In this case, it was increased. We also got the final state lottery entitlement, which is about $195,000. We also had some decrease in expenditures, about 2.3 million that included savings from operations from contracted services and decreases from contribution from the general fund to special education and MOT, or maintenance of operations for transportation. Please note that this decreases on expenditures actually benefits the general fund overall, because then we're not making a contribution to these programs. This savings represents about, this expenditure savings represents about 2% of total expenditures in the big scheme of things. I will go over a little bit more in detail of this expenditures. As I just mentioned, the special education contribution decrease, as well as a MOT contribution. Our program ELOP also spent less than what we had anticipated during estimated actuals for $131,000. We noticed also $245,000 benefit savings. It has shifted a little bit on what employees selected their benefits. In instructional materials, we also have savings of $240,000 and contracted services as well as $678,000. I wanted to mention CalSTRS on behalf, which was included in estimated actuals projection, the final allocation, it came in lower, $299,000. This is CalSTRS on behalf is a journal entry that is posted in our financials, but it's not physically impacting our expenditures. We wanted to spend a minute to go over the one-time funding. ESSER 3, the deadline to fully spend it is September 30th. The district has fully spent this grant as June 30th. We spend it on early literacy instructional aids, newcomer teacher salary and benefits, and a portion of CHAC contract. Our educator effectiveness grant is fully spent this year. And then there's other contracts, other grants and categorical funding that we wanted to spend a minute to share what the balances are. These are some of the carryovers we'll be bringing up to the books during first interim. And these are some of the items that may cast a swing, but we anticipate to be reporting it again during first interim. Another item that I wanted to bring your attention was GASB 31. This is again a journal entry that we have to book at year end, and this is like the fair market value for our investments at the county. This at the county. The net increase is $798,000, and this is a journal entry that we reverse at the beginning of the year, and June 30th again, we will be reporting again the fair market value. This is an item that we don't budget for because it's just an entry that we have to post, but in the big scheme of things doesn't have material or a cash value per se, but we have to record our bid by GASB 31. I included a link in there in case you're interested in understanding it better.
I think one of the reasons today in our presentation, we wanted to go through some of the accounting pieces that are happening within our budget is because it does show swings. So this is our large budget is not managed the same way a household budget would be, where you have money coming in, you have money coming out. In our accounting system, there are things that have to be taken into account that are required that may not make sense if you're comparing it to a household budget. So, for example, bringing up all of the one-time funds, so you'll see $1 million swings, as well as some of these accounting practices. When we were speaking earlier about the variances between estimated and actuals, there was a 2% variance, but when you look at almost $20 million budget, a 2% variance looks very large, but when we look at individual items, it's actually fairly small.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Here is the value of the unaudited actuals by program, restricted and unrestricted, and combined, we are projecting. We are presenting a net increase of $4 million with a reserve level of 40.42% as a reserve level. During unaudited actuals. SACS is not, we're not required to do a multi-year projection. So we use the latest projection as we presented during budget adoption, and we reset the beginning balance with the fund balance that we experience with unaudited actuals. And here again, the $4 million include that journal entry that I get to record for the fair market value as June 30th. And as well as that 2% savings in operating expenditures. This is also a multi-year projection that we wanted to share with you, and this is without the $6.5 million from shoreline funds. And if you can see, and the third year in our reserve level, we'll look at 2.44%, which is below the requirement of the reserve level cap.
So looking at updates and changes for the 24-25 year heading towards first interim in November. Something we wanted to talk about that we always put out at first interim, we have budget facts at a glance. So this is on our website. If you look at the budget reports, the district provides budget facts at a glance at first interim as a way for the public to actually understand our budget a little bit more. So the SACS documents that are uploaded with each budget report are typically around 130 pages, which is pretty hard to digest. So this is one of the documents we put out to try to help the public understand our budget. When looking at the data, it's important to use data from the same time period when making calculations. So you'll notice on all of our documents, we'll say, when did we get this information? So this was from first interim of last year. If you mix numbers from different periods and/or years, it will lead to inaccurate information. So the budget is a living document that changes over time. This is another document that was created at the request of parents at the end of last year. So this is also kind of a budget at a glance. The infographic, the per student spend was calculated using the 21-22 ed data to provide the latest available comparison to other districts. So in this place here, we also have down at the bottom where the data was pulled from. This was intentional because we were trying to look at what the spend was for other districts and make it so if public wanted to look at what the spend was available for other districts, they had a place to go get it. So eddata.org does a great job of having all the districts' financial information in a place where it's easy to compare. When we look at per student spend, we use expenditures and not revenue. Sometimes revenue is lower. So if you look at our past years, our expenditures outpace revenue because we're at a deficit spend. So we always use expenditures to calculate what the per student spend is as opposed to revenue. As we move into first interim, we will also continue to monitor the arts and music in schools, or Prop 28. We'll be developing a plan. We'll look at new medical benefit rates, which will be effective in January, and carryover amount from restricted programs will be reflected at first interim. So next steps, of course, continuing to monitor the budget from the state. We are updating lease agreements for a few properties that are leased out. We have the parcel tax, which is on the ballot in November, also monitoring shoreline funds, and the final allocation to categorical funds will be reflected in our books at first interim. And then we wanted to stop to see if there were any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Lambert and then Trustee Berman.
Yes, just a question about the grant carryover. I'm assuming that's because these are multiple year grants and they're slowly being spent over the life of the grant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Trustee Berman.
This could be related to that question. I noticed that our, at first glance, that unrestricted reserve level that shows up on that cover page is about at 40%, and that's about what it was last year too. And in prior years, it was a little bit closer to 30. And I'm assuming, and I understand you've explained these big fluctuations, but just highlight for us maybe why we see just a bigger increase or a larger percentage of unrestricted level now. And I know that we try to budget conservatively, but I think that there's a couple of bit larger reasons for that higher percentage.
Yeah, it's actually several things. Some of those are accounting pieces, which Ms. Pongo reviewed, that caused the increase. We also had increase due to interest. There is not one big item that we could point out that would account for the variance. But that's why we wanted to go through to kind of show where those variances came in. In totality, our departments did a good job. We reduced expenditures by about 2% between second interim and kind of where we are right now.
Thank you.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Just one question on the unaudited actual report with the multi-year projection that shows without the shoreline funds for the subsequent years. Does that include a parcel tax amount or not?
It does not include the parcel tax.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming it doesn't include the lease from the Google daycares.
Correct.
So what is that total sum, the parcel tax and the lease from the daycares and shoreline?
Parcel tax, so there would be around 5.8 million, and then the leases are about 2.8.
Okay. So that's also part of why the variance is so big.
Yes.
Are there any further questions from trustees? Okay, seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, if you're in person, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. If you're online, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. All right, I'm going to close the period to raise your hand online and take a screenshot. We have one online speaker. We have 2 in-person speakers. So everyone will get 3 minutes. We will begin with our in-person speakers. Our first speaker is former trustee Nelson. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam President. You'll have to teach those little tricks you've learned how to do to who's ever going to be the next president, because it makes it work more efficient. Yeah, I have a handout here. It's essentially just comments on the chart you saw, the chart that reflects what you have to actually submit to the county, which is proof of revenue that you have coming. And the problem is we're headed toward what the county considers financial disaster in year 3. Once that revenue in the general fund gets to be below 3%, I think the statutory requirement is the county starts advising us how to get ourselves out of heading towards disaster. That trend line is going into the floor. The floor is you don't have enough money to pay your operation expenses. So there are going to be lots of cuts that are going to happen somewhere. And unless you think God is going to deliver all the money that maybe God should from Shoreline, those are going to be significant. So I noticed 2 trustees have decided, I would say, to cut and run. They're not going to be responsible for these cuts. There's 4 people, I think, who are running for trustee, who are in the audience here tonight. Those are the people that are going to get responsible for this problem of this coming disaster. And once you submit this, you're going to start having to talk, or the administration is going to have to start talking to the fiscal people at the county to how to get out of this trajectory. That's the trajectory. That's what you're going to have to worry about. Year 3, 2.44%. I'm glad to see we have a financial office that doesn't jiggle that. So to make it 3.01%, which maybe would get us off from being monitored. But I'm glad we have an honest accounting group that says, look, this is what the numbers are. You know, we're going to have to face up to something, and the county is going to be talking to us. So this is what people are worried about when they talk about fiscal responsibility, President Conley. And this is what they're worried about when you say you've been fiscally conservative and you've run this district in a good way. We worry about if you're going to get on the city council, what the heck you're going to try to do and what kind of responsibility you're going to have there. And for the rest of you that are leaving, well, this isn't going to be your problem, is it?
Our next in-person speaker is Lillian Good.
Hello, I just had a couple of comments. I recognize that a budget can't be absolute and that there's got to be some room for variances. But honestly, a variance of $5 million from June until August seems a bit excessive. Last spring, we were talking about whether or not we'd be able to maintain the negotiated contract with the teachers if we didn't cut 7 middle school teachers to make it, because we were having a $1.2 million deficit. And now suddenly 2 months later, there's an excess of $4 million. Decisions really are being made based upon these projections, and they're just not good enough. It's hard for me to believe that it was a total surprise that a quarterly interest was $1.2 million when we were expecting nothing. We should be able to have a bit of projection about things. Also, the idea that you would have 2% expenditures less, that was something that came over the course of the entire year, not something that was just a surprise from June until August. And so the idea that we truly are making decisions about cutting teachers because of these projections just seems wrong. Another point is the art, music, and instructional materials block grant that it was stated that we now have a carryover of $1.7 million. That grant in its entirety for the 3 years of what it was given was elected by the board to fund the early literacy program. So what funded the early literacy program? If we have $1.7 million left over for 2 years, where did those funds go to? Where could those funds be used? And finally, with the Proposition 28, art and music in schools, that is something that in the spring of 2023, the district was aware of. The board had a presentation made in which the district said that they would put forth a committee to try to determine the best way to utilize these funds. There were funds that were earmarked for the 2023 to 2024 school year, which weren't used. And now there are funds that have been allocated for the 2024 to 2025 school year, which has started, and still the committee has not met, and there has been no plan for these funds. So there's going to be probably 2 years worth of students that never got to take part in the additional enrichment of art and music that should have happened. It will be approximately $1.2 million from the 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025 school year that sits unused when students should get to use it. So please encourage the committee to start and make a plan.
All right, and then our final speaker, we do need to turn off that microphone or we get like a weird backlash. Thank you so much. Our final speaker online is Mohan Gurunathan. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Thank you, President Conley. I want to thank you for saying my name correctly, which is something that I know is hard to do, but you always get it right. I want to comment. I want to ask, what is the board's and the superintendent's plan on the shoreline tax and the shoreline revenue? Because at this point, we do not have an agreement in place, and there is $6.5 million that is sitting there that is available for us. And the district is holding to this position that we deserve more. But what power do we have to get more or to convince the city? It seems like very little power and leverage. And yet we're sticking to our guns in this very stubborn position, and we're going to let the ship go down with it. The problem is our kids are on the ship too. So you're gambling with our kids' future here. We have $6.5 million in hand. I'm asking you to please take it, do good, and spend it on our kids, spend it on our teachers. Do not let this money evaporate because the negotiations didn't go the way you wanted. Thank you very much.
All right, are there comments from trustees? Trustee Blakely.
This may be more of a question or a comment. When did we find out that the county property tax was going to be like 7-point-something% when we had budgeted that it was going to be lower? We were one of the highest paid or highest property tax revenue counties in the state, I believe. And I thought we found that out like in June or July. Is that right?
That's correct. So the county office continually monthly sends us updated reports, and then we update our budget based on what they send us.
So what was the amount of the adjustment based on larger than,
Yeah, so I think it was 0.51%. So at second interim, we had 7%, and then we updated it to 7.51.
okay, thank you.
And then I believe trustees, you saw today, is it today? Today, I sent a letter to City Council and the city manager on behalf of our school board to ask to begin conversations again about our successor agreement for the, I'm going to make sure I get the title right because that is something that people do really care about. The EER JPA. Those of you that have been following along on Shoreline, in the fall, the city offered the school district a 3-year agreement. And everything I'm saying now can be found in a letter that the school district submitted to the city council in June when they last discussed this. The city offered a 3-year agreement as an extension. We had previously had a 1-year extension that expired in June 30th of this year. And that agreement included language around bonding. It said that the city could bond against the special tax district and that also those bond repayments would supersede any payments to the district. So our district staff reached out and asked for that language to be removed because it was a short-term agreement. And the city said that they would not remove it. And so then our school district discussed this in the spring, or actually in June. We discussed it twice publicly. Well, somebody will check the record on that. And we did discuss it publicly before we sent a 1-year extension agreement to the city instead that was exactly the same as the previous 1-year extension that was expiring in 2024. And the city did not accept that agreement, just as we did not accept their 3-year agreement. So we kind of reached an impasse on the temporary extensions. But the underlying issue of developing a successor agreement for the EER JPA is still before us. And we very much appreciate that the city entered into that agreement, that JPA. I want to say back in 2005, it's been around for a while, and their partnership on that. And so we reached out today and cordially asked to reconvene the ad hoc committee and we offered 3 times already to meet, but we are happy to find whatever time works best for the city to try and come back together and keep working on the successor agreement itself. This is a hard problem. There is a lot of money involved, and I understand that there is a lot of economic stability right now. But I also have great faith in city council and in the school board to be able to have hard conversations and to find a solution that works well for all of the school districts and the city. And I think finding common ground and developing a successor agreement in whatever format it will be benefits not just our students, but all of Mountain View. Are there any further comments from trustees? The action on this is just to accept the report, so we don't actually have to make a motion or anything, I believe.
That's correct.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. So we did make a motion, Trustee Blakely, and seconded by Trustee Trustee Lambert, to accept the report. We're now going to take a short bio break. It's been about an hour and 35 minutes. We will come back at 7:40 p.m. 7:41 p.m. We will move on to item 6C. This is resolution my apologies. If you want to have an outside conversation, you're welcome to have it outside. But while we're presenting, we want to make sure we can hear everyone. We'll now move on to item 5C, resolution number 04-090524, September Suicide Prevention Awareness Month.
Good evening, trustees. I'm pleased to be with you to bring our Suicide Prevention Awareness Month resolution for approval with this year's theme of There is Help, There is Hope.
Thank you, Ms. Chinbo. Are there any questions from trustees regarding the resolution? Trustees, assuming this is passed, do you want to do a choral reading or do we want to accept it into the record?
I would move to accept it into the record.
All right, thank you. We will take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card, raise your hand in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there comments or a motion from trustees?
I just wanted to say, I don't recall having adopted this particular resolution in the past. And I'm really glad we're doing it because it is a problem. So thank you for bringing that to the forefront. Did anybody else have comments, or should I move that we adopt resolution number 04-090524, National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month?
My second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman, resolution number 04-090524 is approved as presented. And I think we all agree this is a very, very important topic in our community. Our children face pressures that most of us as adults never experienced, whether it's academic pressures, whether it's fears of shooting in schools, and the mental health challenges and surviving a pandemic as well. So I am glad to be able to support this as a school district. We will now move on to item 6A for review and discussion. We'll begin with the early literacy update, and we'll hear from our Director of Early Literacy, Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you, board, for allowing this time. So on behalf of all the elementary school teachers, principals, the early literacy teachers, and the literacy PLC facilitators, thank you for allowing us this time to provide a brief update on the early literacy work that we're doing this school year. So as always, our work is aligned to the strategic plan, especially goal area number 1. In this presentation, I'm going to give a brief overview of the stuff that had happened last year with early literacy, and then really focus in on what our plans are for this school year. So last school year, for early literacy, we did universal screening for all of our K-3 students. We screened them for reading difficulties using the same process we've used for a few years now. We provided direct reading intervention service to students at Castro, Mistral, Montaloma, and Theracuff. We also provided professional development on the science of reading and systematic explicit word recognition instruction for our elementary school teachers. We worked with the Curriculum Adoption Committee to adopt new language arts curriculum for K-5 and then the PK-TK curriculum. And then we supported school sites with some family literacy engagement and education nights. One of the biggest, I guess, most visible parts or key strategic actions for the early literacy was providing the direct service for students through reading intervention. As I had shared before, our reading intervention is really data-driven. We use the universal screening data to decide which students we will screen first, and then from there we do one-on-one assessments to determine students' need, and then place them into reading intervention groups. So we did that again this school year, and this year we're also piloting at Castro using the DIBELS early literacy assessments through the Amplify system to get even more pinpointed data on our students. Our intervention teachers use a systematic evidence-based approach based on Orton-Gillingham principles, and reading intervention was really designed to fill gaps in word recognition or phonics so that our kids can more fully access the general education curriculum. The success of what we do in reading intervention is really contingent on its alignment with strong core first teaching. And so what we'll see in the upcoming slides is in the grade levels and classrooms in which the instruction in Tier 1 was really aligned with what was happening in Tier 2, we see a lot more growth in the students. And so as we talk about this school year and the new adoption, it will be exciting because we will see that growth across the board. So this is some data from last school year. So this is year-to-year data that shows students in 2023 to 2024, their diagnostic 3 data. And when we look at this data, we can see that So this is the diagnostic 3 data comparing year to year. And as we can see that across the board in K through 2, we had an increase in the percentage of students who were meeting proficiency. But the highlight here is that for English learners, our students who are SED and our Hispanic Latino students, the growth is greater than the overall average growth. This graph shows the D3 data from spring 23 to spring 24, and it's by school site. And then in this one, it's really exciting because we see at the sites in which we did the reading intervention, Castro, Mistral, Montaloma, and Therakoff, we see larger gains than the district average. So 9% growth at Castro, 10% at Therakoff, 18% at Montaloma. The growth at Mistral is not as great, but that's, I think, to be expected when we're in a dual immersion 50-50 program. That means the kids are learning to read and write in English and Spanish simultaneously. So the growth at the beginning is slower and then it increases later in their school and career. So now I have graphs by grade level at all the school sites. So this is kindergarten, diagnostic 3 to diagnostic 3. And then we can see, again, at Castro, that's a really big celebration. We saw huge growth at Castro Kindergarten, and that's one of the grade levels in which the kindergarten teacher, Liz Hernandez, she's also was part of the curriculum adoption committee last year. She had a lot of knowledge about the science of reading, and she was using a lot of the same instructional practices. Even though she wasn't teaching the same curriculum that we were using in intervention, the same kind of systematic explicit instruction. And then she also worked with her grade level colleague, which was a long-term sub. And so the instruction across was all aligned. So you can see the power of when Tier 1 and Tier 2 are aligned with each other, how much growth is possible for kids. We look at the first grade scores, we can see kind of that same jump there too in Mistral, Montaloma. At Mistral, the first grade teachers use their own prep time to go visit the reading intervention classrooms to see the methodology that was being used. And so they use a similar methodology. The science of reading, that whole evidence base is not specific to reading in English. It's really about how to read a phonetic language, and the brain learns how to read a phonetic language in the same way. So the strategies that we use to teach phonics in English work for how you teach phonics in Spanish. So that methodology can be used in both, right? In grade 2, we also see gains in our early literacy sites. They're not as great as in K1, but that also speaks to the power of early intervention, right? So our second grade students, when we look at their growth in terms of where they started to where they ended, they made growth. However, if the kids were starting at pre-K to K reading level and they grew up to first grade level, that's great growth, but it's still not proficiency level. And so we see that for some kids, not yet meeting proficiency, but in another year or two, they'll catch up to their peers. So this slide just recaps the things that I had shared when I was presenting those slides. And so now I'm going to share some data, just early data, our baseline data from this school year. And so for this school year, we just finished the universal screening for reading difficulties for all of our first through third grade students. We will complete the screening again in the winter, but we will also do kindergarten students in the winter as well. The screening process that we're using is the same that we've been using for the past 2 years. So it's the iReady diagnostic for all students, and then based on your iReady score, then doing a one-to-one task administration for some students to determine their level of risk for reading difficulties. That's the process that we're using right now. This year, we're also going to begin work to update the screening process to meet the updated state requirements. So by the end of the school year, we'll have an updated screener, and I'll share more about that process at an October board meeting. So this is data from this fall's universal screener. So this is the percentage of students who were flagged for reading difficulties based on the screener. And so as we can see, There's a large percentage of students at Castro and Mistral who are flagged for reading difficulties. One thing that I do want to mention is that we screened all of our students in English because the screening tool that we use is in English. The state guidance is that, starting next year with a new tool, students should be screened in whatever their home language is. And so that would happen next school year with our screening tool, so we can screen the kids in Spanish. So with this screening tool, it's not easy to determine whether it's a reading difficulty or a language difference. We also see in this data that, there's 18%, a question that came up was at BUB, there's 18% of students flagged with reading difficulty, but at Vargas, 16%. So why reading intervention at Vargas and not at BUB? The BUB numbers include the self-contained special education classes as well. Those students have specialized academic instruction that is already supporting them with their reading difficulties if they have reading difficulties. So when we take those students out of the data, it's actually 11% of BUB students that are not in the specialized academic instruction classes that were flagged for reading difficulties. The big picture for universal screening is, yes, we do want to identify the students who are at risk for reading difficulties, but the bigger picture is like making sure that they get the support and the instruction that they need. So it's not about like labeling kids or the numbers. It's really about giving them the support they need. So this year, through reading intervention and through strong Tier 1 instruction, that's how we're supporting students with what they need. These next slides show the early literacy data for the 5 school sites that we are providing reading intervention for. And so it shows the percentage and the number of students who were flagged for reading difficulties, and then the number of students who are actually receiving reading intervention at the schools. You'll see that the numbers of students who are flagged for reading difficulties and the reading intervention students don't match exactly. Sometimes they're greater or less. When we did the one-to-one assessments with the students flagged for reading difficulties, it turned out for some of those students, they actually are fluent at decoding. And so our reading intervention is not what they need. They'll get support in the comprehension part in their other RTI classes. If the number is higher, it's because we also screened kids who were below grade level in phonics, even if they weren't flagged for reading difficulties. And if they needed the intervention, we included them in our intervention groups. At Castro, we are doing intervention differently this school year. We have school-wide RTI rotations. And that way, we, instead of having one reading interventionist push into Castro and provide 6 periods of reading intervention, we're having multiple reading interventionists go to Castro with the entire grade level team, and we're collaborating more with the teachers, and so that we can provide many more periods of reading intervention. So now at Castro, this year, we'll actually have 12 periods of reading intervention instead of 6 groups of reading intervention. At Mistral, these are the percentages and the number of students we're seeing. Same thing, we are able to, we're following a similar model to what we're doing at Castro. So our teachers, our reading intervention teachers start the day at Mistral. They all work at Mistral, and then after recess, they go to Castro and do the same thing with them. So then we're, again, able to provide a lot more groups of intervention for kids. At Mistral, because it's this grade level rotation where every single 1st through 2nd grader is part of the RTI block, or the 3rd through 5th grades, they're all part of this block. If they're not receiving reading intervention, that means that the Mistral teachers can use their Spanish language data to actually provide Spanish language intervention, because the kids are already proficient at their grade level reading skills in English. At Theracov, these are the numbers of students, and Theracov also following a similar model. So our reading interventionists start at Mistral, then go to Castro, and then go to Theracov, so we can provide this this kind of large group rotation model. At Vargas, we've expanded our reading intervention. Last year, we did not provide service at Vargas, and this year we have added one more school. So we've added Vargas. So we have one teacher over at Vargas, and these are the numbers of students that she is supporting. They do a single grade level rotation, so all the 1st grade students are in a rotation together, and one of those rotations is the reading interventionist. We're also using one of the classroom teachers in each of the spans to help provide reading intervention. And so they're working with the reading intervention teacher to make sure that they have the data and that we're working together to pinpoint the support that kids need. And at Mauna Loma, these are the number of students that we're seeing. We also have one reading interventionist at Mauna Loma, and it's part of their STEAM RTI block is when we are supporting the kids with their reading intervention. So reading intervention is a really big strategy for supporting students with early literacy. That's the way that we can give kids that kind of extra boost, that second dose of instruction. But the real kind of heart of early literacy is also their tier 1 instruction, what's happening every single day in their first instruction in their classroom, because that affects every single student. And then when we have really strong core first instruction, that supports what happens in the tier 2 reading intervention. So this year we do have a new language arts curriculum. At the end of the year, the board adopted Amplify Coordinate Knowledge Language Arts for English and then Caminos for Spanish language instruction. And the Curriculum Adoption Committee strongly recommended these curriculum because they're evidence-based, they're rooted in the science of reading, that's all structured literacy with a really heavy emphasis on the systematic explicit word recognition instruction in the early grades, but also the importance of knowledge building so that kids can understand and comprehend the text that they're reading as well. CKLA and Caminos, they're both aligned with the Orton-Gillingham principles of structured, systematic, explicit instruction. And with this curriculum, then now we have that strong alignment between core instruction and reading intervention. Last year, our curriculum was more a balanced literacy model, so the methodology wasn't aligned. But as we saw in the data, when the methodology is aligned in the classroom and the reading intervention, lots of growth can happen. Amplify, CKLA, and Caminos also are both called educative curriculum. That means that teachers don't have to be experts in phonics and like word recognition, all the grammar and phonics rules before they teach. It's great if you have that, but the way that the curriculum is written is that it provides so much teacher background knowledge as you go through the lessons. You learn how to be, you learn about phonics, you learn about articulation, you learn about these things as you teach them. And so then our teachers can be really explicit in their teaching. So to support teachers in implementing core knowledge and Caminos, we did a lot of pre-service PD. Last school year in the spring, we did PD for all of our elementary teachers on the theoretical knowledge, so the science of reading, and some of the instructional shifts. And so for our new teachers coming in, we did some PD with them on that in August to catch them up. And then in our August PD days, every elementary teacher had a full day of Amplify training from the Amplify trainers. Ms. Strahl had an additional half day after that so that they could really work on their pacing and work within their 50-50 model to align the ELA and the SLA part and make sure that they had a cohesive program using the materials. At Castro, as part of their reimagining plan, they had an additional day of PD. So their teachers did their Amplify training earlier and then had an extra day to plan their reading program. During that pre-service PD time, we also had our first literacy PLCs. So teachers got to meet in a single grade level group, but with peers across the school district. And in those PLCs, they worked on setting themselves up for success for teaching the first unit. And I'll talk a little bit more about literacy PLCs in the next slide. And then we also did PD about the language development block, what happens during designated ELD time. And for our students who are non-English learners, this is also their language development time. So our early literacy team supported with the foundational skills intervention PD for teachers who are teaching students during that rotation block who might need additional intervention. And then we did a novel studies research units enrichment PD for teachers who may be teaching groups who are already reading above grade level using amplified materials. And then we know that the success of any curriculum adoption is contingent on how much ongoing support teachers get. So in addition to the site-based instructional coaching that is happening for teachers continuously, we also have principal PLCs, and once a month they're focused on amplifying core instruction so the leaders continue to build their knowledge so that they can support teachers. And then we have these literacy PLCs. So these are really cool. We started these this year. We actually had our second session today with kindergarten, second, and fourth grade teachers. These literacy PLCs are facilitated by some of our district coaches, some of our reading interventionists, and classroom teachers. And what they do is they provide some content for the teachers. So they front load the content. These are the things that are going to happen in the upcoming units. Let's all practice together how to teach this instructional strategy. These are the materials that we're going to need. These are the methodologies for this upcoming unit. So they do that part. And then there's open collaboration at the end so that teachers, like all the fourth grade teachers across the school district, can collaborate with each other and problem solve. So these are things that have come up. How have you worked through this? How can I get some ideas? And so today, these are optional. They happen during collaboration time. So teachers can choose to come to these instead of their grade level collaborations. And so we had tons of teachers come today. We had 25 kindergarten teachers. That's virtually every kindergarten teacher chose to come to the Literacy PLC. And we had about 60% of the second and fourth grade teachers come to the Lit PLC. So this is exciting. And so next week we're doing with first, third, and fifth. And then these continue throughout the year, about 6 or 7 times each school year, depending on the grade level. So some things to think about as we're rolling out this school year with early literacy. When we think about early literacy, it lives within this multi-tiered system of support, this MTSS. And when we look at that, we're thinking about the different tiers of instruction. So I've been saying tier 1 a lot. Tier 1 is really that core first teaching that every single student receives. Tier 2 is the targeted intervention that some students need. And tier 3 is targeted intervention with more intensive support. So maybe a smaller group, more intensity in how that works. And in a healthy MTSS, in a healthy tiered system, about 85% of the students should be successful with tier 1 supports alone. If I have just this amplified core instruction with some differentiation within that tier 1 instruction, I should be successful. About 10% of students will need that tier 1 instruction plus some tier 2 instruction. So some reading intervention to kind of boost and help me get up to grade level. And then 5% of students will need a little bit more. They'll need that tier 1 instruction that every student's getting, plus some more intensive intervention. And so keep those numbers in mind because I'm going to show what is our system at the moment. And I forgot to say the majority of kids spend their time in tier 1, right? Every kid gets tier 1 instruction. When we think about reading intervention that's happening at the moment, we actually have a lot more than 10% of our students receiving reading intervention. So these are the percentage of students at the early literacy sites. So last school year, we saw about 50% of the K-1-2 students at Castro, Mistral, Montaloma, and Therakoff. This school year, we expanded to do some 3rd through 5th graders as well, because we talk about early literacy. Yes, it's the younger students. We want to make sure we intervene early, but early literacy is also about early literacy skills, right? And so we still have some 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders who are missing some of those early literacy skills. We will start intervening with kindergarten after diagnostic 2, after they have some first instruction. But our percentages are a little bit lower than last year, but it's still greater than that 10%. So we, of course, are going to provide intervention to the students who need it. We want to give all the students the support they need. But our goal is to really beef up that tier 1 instruction so that the majority of kids will be successful with that tier 1 instruction. And so this is just a summary of what I had just shared. But the key point is that, again, tier 1 instruction is where every student is able to get their support. So we really want to make sure that our elementary school teachers this year have the time and space and resources that they need to really learn how to implement that curriculum well so that we can then support our students with early literacy learning. So some next steps. So reading intervention sessions, we began our sessions at Montaloma this week, and next week we are beginning the sessions at Castro, Mistral, Therakoff, and Vargas. We want to leverage our families with this push with early literacy as well. So next week on Tuesday, we're having our first of 2 district-wide parent universities where we'll learn more about the science of reading, about the amplified curriculum, and then how families can support with this work at home. Again, we're updating our universal screening process, and I'll share more about that at an upcoming board meeting. And then I'll provide the board an update on our early literacy work in March. And so again, board, thanks so much for allowing me this time to share, but also just for making early literacy a priority. We all know that literacy is a gatekeeper for many things for, future opportunities for kids. So I'm just really grateful that this is a focus for us. So yeah, if there's any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nguyen. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Berman.
Okay, I just have one question. Thank you for the presentation. I'm excited to share my comments after, but you mentioned that you're beginning to do the work around updating the screening process to align with state requirements. And I'm just wondering, was there a change to state requirements, and is what we're currently using not aligned? Just wanted to hear.
Yeah, the state had, I guess, recommendations before, but now they're saying by the end of the school year, these are the requirements that they would like for the screener. And so the next board meeting, I'll share what those requirements are. So it's right now we are doing the screening kind of ahead of what we weren't required to do the screening yet, I guess is the answer. So we were using a process to kind of get ahead of the game. But now the law is taking an effect at the end of the school year in which you need to choose a screener and follow the process.
I see. Thank you.
If there are no further questions from trustees, we'll take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. All right, I see 3 speakers online and 2 in person. I'm going to take a screenshot online. We are closing the opportunity to raise your hand to speak on this item online. And we will allocate 2 minutes per speaker. We will start with our in-person speakers. We'll begin with former trustee Nelson. Let's wait until we get your timer up. There we go.
Okay, I want to say this is one of the things where I would say we do have a genie in this district, and the genie is Dr. Randolph. Because if he didn't support this and help what we know as Principal Cindy to take over this and sort of appoint her as the one to do it, we wouldn't have it. But one of the things I'd like to talk as fast as she does, on page 10, it talks about how Castro, Mistral, Montaloma, and Fairclough were the targeted ones. You can see on page 13, it shows why those were targeted, because those are the ones that are very far behind. 52% needing help, 38% needing help, 24% needing help, 21% needing help. So the reason this is not equal in all schools, and she is saying, I'm not going to allocate it in all schools, is because we're going for equity. We're going for equity for the kids that need it. This isn't a program for the kids that are trying to get ahead of grade. This is a program for the kids that are behind. And so it means just those schools. So I'm sure there'll probably be somebody on this thing that will make comments, or a trustee that won't comment. Why can't we do this across to all schools? Because the problem is that the problem with reading isn't equally distributed on all schools. It's concentrated on 2 schools in particular. So thank you very much for supporting this program, the majority of the board. And thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for enabling this great program to happen.
Our next speaker is Lillian Good. You may approach the podium.
Hello. I think this is a wonderful program as well. We just heard Principal Cindy talk about how it really is the predictor of success in children. And I'm going to be the opposite opinion from former trustee Nelson, that I think this is a program that needs to be brought to all schools. I saw the same numbers, and I have no doubt that Castro and Mistral and Vargas and all the schools really need this. I have no doubt that there's a greater percentage of children at Castro and Mistral who need intervention. They are getting a greater amount of intervention. We've heard how there are 5 reading interventionists that will come to Castro. We're putting those efforts in. But the other schools that have children who struggle to read need help as well. For example, Landals had 16% of students flagged for reading difficulties. Vargas has 16% of students flagged for reading difficulties. There's not a good reason to say that we will help the students at Vargas and we will not give additional help to the students at Landals. Every student who gets flagged for having reading difficulty should get help. We just heard tonight there is $1.7 million from the Art, Music, and Instructional Grants Discretionary Block Grant that has been unused in the 2 years that it was allocated for the early literacy program. So there's $1.7 million that is sitting, waiting to be used. Does Landals need a full-time reading interventionist? Perhaps not, but do some of the other schools? We saw that at Thierkoff, only 4 first graders are flagged for reading difficulty, yet 24 first graders are receiving the intervention. It's wonderful that they get it, but what about the ones that are at Landals that don't get anything? I would say please consider, please encourage expansion of this program to every student who is flagged for difficulty. Thank you.
All right, we will move on to our online speakers. We will begin with Ling Wang. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Conley. I will say that I think it's great that we have this early literacy program, especially the intervention part. And I think the science of reading program have overwhelmingly gotten positive feedback, right? However, I'm going to echo the speaker before me who spoke about the decreasing literacy rate proficiency data in Bubb, Imai, Stevenson, and Landals, right? You know, there are kids who need reading intervention at these schools as well. There are English language learners at these schools as well, and they deserve also an interventionist. Now, maybe those schools don't need a full-time and that we can have an interventionist that rotates around, but this is absolutely an equity issue for the kids that need reading intervention. We're all taxpayers. I know more than one, okay, students that have left the district or their parents pay tutoring, or, you know, or what else to get literacy intervention for their kids. And that is not fair for those other parents and families who have to drive out and dig up in their pockets for what should be provided by the district if the district is providing it for other schools. So I'm advocating for expanding this program to all schools in the district as an equity issue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Actor. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Hi, thanks. And I appreciate the presentation, Principal Cindy. I really honestly haven't been paying that much attention to what's going on with the literacy program. So it was really nice to get this overview. I appreciate the hard work that you're putting in. I am a bit shocked to learn that this is not across all schools. I understand that it's at Castro, Mistral, Monteloma, Theracroft, and Vargas. Maybe you can help me understand this better, but I don't understand why Bubb, that's seen a decrease in K-2 literacy, Imai, significant kinder decrease, and Stevenson, a significant decrease in grade 1 literacy year over year. Why is a kid who happens to be at Bubb and is struggling with literacy worth less than a kid struggling at one of the other 5 schools that are getting the special program? I do think that that's an issue, and I hope that you all will address it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nung Liu. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Thank you. This is Nhung Liu. I'm calling because just want to echo. Yes, I think all students in the district should get this, you know, this special program that, because there's success rate right there. And it's sad to me to see that Bubb has 18% and doesn't get the support, whereas like Vargas have 16% in student flagging reading difficulty and get the support. All students deserve solid, strong tier 1 instruction. And, you know, people, just because they're zoned for the school, parent doesn't have $150 per hour to get outside help for kids, and they shouldn't have to. This is public, and this is an equity issue. And then I also want to ask, what will happen, like how will this program support the children in the middle school who are poor readers because they did not get the instruction they needed at the elementary school level? Are there Owen Gillingham trained reading interventionalists or teachers that help support them when they're in middle school? Because literally, we don't want to send them to high school and still struggling. And then will you guys also be providing training from Owen Gillingham, or definitely the LETRS training to the teacher? Or are you using Amplify for T1 instruction? And are you also collaborating with other districts who has adopted the science of reading curriculum? Just, you know, all these questions. But I also wanted to advocate for spreading this program to all the school districts, especially if there's 4.5 million gap in bending toward teacher salary, go there. Help these kids. Time is against them. They need the support. Thank you.
Other comments from trustees? Trustee Berman, I know you had lined up earlier, and then Trustee Blakely.
I'm so excited to share. I mean, this is really remarkable news. I don't even know where to start. So I follow the California Reading Coalition research and website. It's really tied to also one of the trustees over in Palo Alto who's made this really the focus on that district. Very specific demographic that they've been really working on year after year after year to make movement on their literacy rates. And I think we're maybe about a year or two behind some of the work that they started, but I think these practices really align and they've seen some remarkable growth from that demographic. And we have a higher percentage, but I think because we're doing similar things, we're going to get there. In comparing test scores across schools from 2019 to 2022, they found that the primary drivers for districts that were succeeding was a focus on reading, management practices, and curriculum and instruction choices. And in all the schools that we visited last year, in part of our work in Reimagining Castro, that was exactly the focus. They were working on, it was a highly focused engagement around reading, management practices, and curriculum instruction choices. So I'm so glad that we did that research and really and spent time, invested a lot of time and energy to learn from other schools and came back and implemented some of the practices that we're seeing now. I also heard Dibbles is under consideration. Dibbles came up in a couple of school site visits. That's something that they were using as well. So I'm really excited to see how that pilot goes. In terms of equity, I mean, the issue here is that we have the highest concentration of students to support at these school sites. So because the numbers are so great, those teachers, it would be challenging to expect a teacher to do that all by themselves when they have that level of need. So we're going to support our schools and our staff by bringing in some specialists to help support that and close some of those gaps and make some progress. I'm also hearing that we've adopted a curriculum for Tier 1 instruction that applies all of these principles around the science of reading. So I'm hearing parents say, why can't all the schools have it? All the schools have it. They're all getting it. They're all getting the training. This support is specifically for our schools that serve students that for year after year haven't received the supports that they need. So I'm all in favor of continuing this program, whatever our board can do to continue to support that Tier 1 instruction, because we do need to sort of figure out how to get that back to a healthy RTI MTSS model. But I feel like we're really on the right track in getting there. So I'm so proud of the work. So thank you so much.
Trustee Blakely.
I think Trustee Berman said much of what I was going to say and more, but I am really excited to see the gains that we've seen, especially at Castro, which has just perennially been a challenge. We've tried different things and it hasn't worked. And I'm really excited about this. I'm also very glad that all of our students, like at every school, are going to be getting the strong Tier 1 instruction and using the science of reading curriculum that we've adopted. And I'm really looking forward to, observing from afar, but to seeing continuing gains. And I think, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but to the extent there is larger needs at other schools, this is kind of a pilot. I mean, it could be used as a pilot, just like with RTI, where we had different models initially. Some did science, some did reading or whatever, where we decided to roll it out district-wide with a science model where the extra teachers went to science so the classroom teachers could focus on ELA. If we decided to do these single groups, where like what am I saying? The period was like just a standard block across grade levels, so that there could be a little bit more differentiation in the instruction if the kids would go to, like, all the ones that levels 1, 2, and 3 would go to, teacher A, and the others would go to teacher B. I know that's what we're doing right now at Castro in particular, but that's something we could expand if it works, correct?
Correct. We could expand. Just for clarification, the $1.7 million holdover is to fund the program for the next couple of years, which is why it hasn't been expended just yet. So those teachers actually come out of that block grant, and we budgeted for the next couple of years in order to have that. And then at that point, when the block grant disappears, the board will need to make a decision about where do we move next. And we talked about this last year while we reduced the number of IAs that we had and increased the number of teachers to make that happen. But yes, we could. And just as a reminder, so tier 1 is the new curriculum, tier 2 is the RTI. This is a tier 3 program that we're looking at. But we can, if the board chooses to, look at the possibility of expanding it. Of course, everything's, trade-offs, right? So we'll have to figure out just how to make that all work.
And like we saw with the Reimagining Castro visits to the school in Richmond, they sort of solved the problem, and we're looking at other areas. So hopefully that'll happen here too.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work to the literacy team too, and to Dr. Nguyen. I'm really proud of what she and her team have accomplished.
Well, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues and I echo them. This is incredibly exciting. I think it is a hard nut to crack, solving literacy by 3rd grade, but making sure all of our children are proficient by 3rd grade in literacy is probably the most powerful thing we can do for the children in our school district, no matter their background or income level. It will just have long-term effects. I'm also interested in sort of the proof point this year. We're implementing Amplify, our new science of reading curriculum, at the same time. And so I'm curious to see at our school sites that don't have the reading intervention program, what is the comparison? Like once we have trained all of our teachers in Orton Gillingham strategies and the work that is being done, and it's aligned with what that literacy intervention group is doing, will we see movement? And I think part of what Trustee Berman was trying to explain earlier is that when there's a concentrated population of students who are very far behind, we're trying to give those teachers an extra boost. Every teacher should be differentiating for children, no matter what their reading level or other skill levels are. That's part of the job. It's also part of the art of the job. It's one of the most challenging things to do. And, I am hopeful that this new curriculum is going to help all of our teachers in the district be able to differentiate for students who are missing those early literacy skills. On that note, I think we'll move on to our next item. Thank you very much, Dr. Nguyen, and thank you to the literacy team and all of our teachers who are, implementing this new curriculum this year, and our principals who are supporting them. We will now move on to item 6B. This is the contract approval process and ratification. And we will hear from Phil Henderson of Orbach, Huff and Henderson and Dr. Rudolph.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Picking up my cheat sheets. Is this on? I think it is. Thank you, everyone, and good evening. Let me go ahead and get started. The staff had asked us to put together a relatively brief presentation about this subject matter. I will go ahead and go through the presentation. I don't mind getting interrupted. So if you have questions in the middle of it, go ahead and interrupt me. It should only take about maybe 10 minutes or so. And then, of course, I'll answer any questions you have at the end. Okay. I probably don't have control, do I? There we go. I want to start with the basics on the contract, and that is that who has the authority to contract for this district? The board does. You're the only entity with the authority to bind the school district to any contracts, etc. Basically, because the Ed Code provides you with the control over anything that is going to be happening at the district, any activity. That includes getting under contract for the district, as long as it's, as the Ed Code says, not in conflict with the purposes of what the school district is established for. General, pretty broad principle. What's the normal process for board approval of any kind of contract or agreement that comes? The board must approve or ratify
all contracts. Only some need to be reviewed though, and we're going to talk about that in the next few slides. So think of those three verbs: ratify, approve, and review. And we'll kind of go over those in the next few slides. If findings are needed on a particular contract, you'll oftentimes have that contract tied to a resolution. The resolution will make certain findings, the contract will be attached to it. I'll call that rare. That only happens again when the board has to make specific findings. It certainly isn't for the vast majority of the contracts you see. And most, if not all, but most contracts can be put on a consent agenda as long as they're not controversial, you want to discuss it. And as this board knows, if there's something on consent but you want to talk about it, you simply pull it off consent, talk about it, and vote it individually. But putting contracts on a consent agenda is how the vast majority of public entities in California, especially school districts with dozens of contracts at every board meeting, approve those contracts. It's the rare board that is going to approve each contract one at a time on a board agenda. You could be here till 2 in the morning. So the next slide. Go ahead. There we go. I had to think about it. What I just said is true. Only the board has the authority, but the board also has the authority to delegate the approval of contracts to staff. So by a majority of the vote, this board can delegate to the superintendent or any other persons that he or she may designate to approve those contracts. Now, none of those contracts are going to be valid until you, the board, ultimately approve or ratify those particular contracts. And this is Ed Code 17604. There's a reason I highlighted the 4 on that, because this is about approval and ratification. So generally speaking, if the board has delegated the authority, it has to come back for ratification to be a valid contract. And we'll talk a little bit more about what can actually still happen during that before that ratification. Let's go to the next slide. Some contracts, if they're under the bid limit, and when I say bid limit, there's a specific public contract code that's referenced up there. I didn't promise at the beginning that I wasn't going to reference statutes. I am going to reference statutes at this presentation. So Public Contract Code 20111 specifically states these particular numbers: 114,500 for most contracts is the bid limit. That goes up every year. The statute actually says 50, so it's obviously many years ago when that was 50. And those for non-construction purchases, things and services, we think that are not construction. $15,000 is the bid limit for construction. If the number is under that for the contract, the board under 17605, and that's why I highlighted the 5 in there, because it's the statute right after it, you only need to review those. What that means is that if the board delegates authority to staff for that contract is enforceable at that moment. You review it. You actually don't have authority at that point you could cancel it, but then it becomes terminating a current contract. Your ratification is not needed. Review is all that is needed. And review just is, it's an informational item. You don't have to act on it. You can, you don't have to. That contract is enforceable at that time. Next slide, please. A handful of years ago, it's covered up by the person up there, but this is in November of 2015 was the date of this resolution. The board passed a resolution, both under 17604 and 17605, delegated authority to the superintendent and the CBO and others to approve those contracts, and that those would come back for ratification, and for the contracts that are under the bid limit, whatever the applicable bid limit is, to come back for review. This resolution is still valid. This resolution has never been rescinded by the board. Next slide, please. Now, it's a bit of belt and suspenders, I think, for many summers, and you did for this summer, and many districts do this. They pass what they call the summertime resolution. So when you folks take a break during the summer, contracts, again, you've delegated the authority, could be approved by the superintendent, or in this case, the CBO, who also has authority under the resolution, to approve those contracts. And again, those would come back for ratification or review. I titled this slide belts and suspenders because you kind of didn't need it, but it's okay that once in the summer, you reiterate the fact that you've delegated the authority, and you mark it, if you will, in the resolution in the summer. Wasn't necessary, but absolutely, many districts do this during the summer months. Let's go to the next slide. This delegation is reflected in your board policies. and in your administrative regulation. This is a copy and a cut and paste of your administrative regulation 3312. I won't read it all. The slide and the next slide is just a cut and paste of AR 312. But the bottom line is this reflects what that resolution from 2015 said. The board delegated authority. They'll ratify contracts when they have to ratify them, and they'll review contracts when they have to review them. The AR specifically references that resolution from 2015. So again, you can probably skip the next, well, not skip it. We can go ahead and go through the next slide. It's just the bottom part of that AR 3312. We can read it if you want, but we can go ahead and keep going, and I can go to the next slide. What does this all mean? It means that right now this district, the superintendent and the CBO both have the authority to approve and award most contracts. And the parties can begin performance at the time under ratification. Now, the contracts must be ratified by the board to ultimately be enforceable. If there was ever a question on whether or not the vendor, and Bob the vendor, was performing work under the approval from the superintendent or the CBO, and you decided not to ratify that contract, ultimately it would not be enforceable. Now, you and I would all be having a discussion, well, should we pay them for the services they performed? You did delegate authority. That person had the right under the approval of the contract by the superintendent and the CBO to perform the work. The board didn't ratify it. What are we going to do? I've been doing this for 26 years, and I've yet to have that discussion with the board who didn't ratify a contract. It could absolutely happen, though. The board ratifies these contracts when they are put under the board meeting agenda. So again, you have on your agenda, I believe tonight you had to as well, a list of contracts subject that are there for your ratification. Again, as I said before, if they're on consent, you can pull them off and talk about them. And again, I think there's a separate one for the review of the contracts. Now, from district staff's procedures, they don't make payments on contracts until they're ratified. Performance could start. I mean, that's the whole point of, not the whole point, but the main point of delegation is to ensure that the contract performance the district needs starts happening, and certainly if it has to happen before a board meeting. But the district itself has its own policy. It doesn't issue payments for those contracts until, even if they've been approved, until the board has ratified it. If the contract is under that applicable bid limit, which we talked about a few slides ago, again, you only need to review those contracts. I'll kind of reiterate what I said a moment ago. That means the delegation and the district superintendent and CBO, their approval or award is all that is needed for that agreement to be binding. Your review of it is more information. You've delegated that authority for contracts under the bid limit. Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Just a couple of slides on this about procurement itself. So what we've gone through the approval, ratification, review. Again, I'll answer any questions you have at the end. This is only a couple of slides, just so we're kind of clear on what the actual process is for the vast majority of contracts that come here. Reiterating Public Contract Code 20111. These are contracts that have to be formally bid. Again, I said services and things that are over 114,500. That's for buying equipment, material supplies, any services except construction. Talks about repairs and maintenance. For construction, again, it's that $15,000 bid limit. Now, there are some exceptions for procurement not needing formal bidding for some construction agreements. Energy contracts like the solar contracts you folks have done. Lease-leaseback projects, you guys do some lease-leaseback. That's an RFP process we'll talk about in a second. Design-build projects, actually done one of those as well. Those don't have to be formally bid. You don't award it to the lowest bidder. There's an RFP process, which we'll talk about in the next slide. So those are, if you will, that's the normal process for procurement would be formally bidding. There are some exceptions. I'm only going to hit a couple of them right now. This could be a 2-hour presentation if you'd like. I could talk about all the exceptions, but let's talk about the main ones. For construction-related services, you spend a lot of money doing that. That's architects, that's construction managers, that's geotechnical, that's all the stuff that happens around a contractor performing the work. There's a specific statute that says this only has to be done through a, quote, fair competitive selection process. That's not a formal bid. That's issuing a request for qualifications. That's issuing a request for proposals. You get them and you receive them back and you evaluate them. You don't award it to the low bidder, you certainly can, but you evaluate the criteria as well, the person's experience, their ability to design the thing you want them to design, their ability to manage contractors. You're evaluating multiple factors, not just price. that formal bidding on the 2 slides before, 1 slide before, that's you award to the lowest bidder, period. For construction-related services and some other things, you go through usually an RFQ or an RFP process. And I do want to make that distinction because I'm pretty precise when you talk about bidding versus going through an RFP or RFQ. They are 2 different processes. A lot of times people fold those phrases into all one big process. It's not. They are definitely different. Let's go to the next slide. And then finally, special services. Special services is a specific provision in the government code, and it reiterates partly in the public contract code. These are for things for which you do want to evaluate something besides just the price. And the statute, I've quoted the statute there, advice in financial, economic, accounting, engineering, legal, and administrative matters can't be procured without specific procurement procedures. If there's people are specially trained, experienced, and competent to perform the special services required. This kind of captures a lot for school districts. A lot of the folks that are providing counseling services, you've got extra folks that are doing curriculum services related that are not your specific teacher, but actually you've talked about a couple of those here today. All of that stuff would fall under special services under Government Code 53060. Again, you don't have to formally bid it. There's certainly nothing stopping you from issuing an RFP and getting some proposals from these folks. But the statute specifically finds that these things are either unique, special, and require a certain level of expertise that you don't want to just award it to the low bidder. You want to be able to depict the person that fits for the situation. Think of it as professional services. And that's actually reiterated in that sub-bullet, by the way, there. Public Contract Code 20111. Again, the one that talks about formal bidding has a specific carve-out to professional services. And they quote insurance services. I have no idea why they quoted insurance services as being the special thing that's carved out, but or the purchase of service that otherwise are exempt from this section. Again, professional services don't require a formal bidding process and really don't require an RFP either. They can be, awarded, and again, that's part of the delegation as well, can be awarded to folks that are specially trained to perform that work. Then finally, educational materials. There's a large batch of, I'll call them services, but nowadays it's usually, sometimes it's online, sometimes it's software, sometimes it's, you can think of just textbooks. It's hard to find a textbook now. Most everything is either online. All of those kind of materials, educational materials, has a carve out as well under 20118.3 at the Public Contract Code. Those do not have to be bid either. So quite a few things fall into the category of educational materials, especially for a school district, obviously, and it's in Public Contract Code. So those are, if you will, exceptions and carve outs from what would be formally bid. I think that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
Yes, so thank you.
Of course.
And thank you for citing the statutes.
You can read them at your leisure. Yeah.
What is the timing that you would recommend for, the superintendent or staff getting into a contract and then having the board ratifying it? How fast should that process occur?
I'll answer it for both ratification and review, frankly. For ratification, really once it's done, and when I say done, I mean the back and forth with the vendor, let's say, and let's say it gets done on a Tuesday. If the next is presumed board agenda item can be done with, by that Thursday, then get it on the next agenda and do it at the next time. There's no specific time frame for ratification. Our recommendation is to get it in front of the board as quickly as possible. On the review statute, I don't think I actually cited all of it. Within 60 days, of a contract, it has to be reviewed. So your quote review of contracts has to happen within 2 months.
Okay. Yeah. Another question. Also, what is your recommendation on recurring contracts? So in other words, you enter into a contract for a year's service that is renewable for subsequent years. Does that just happen once at the beginning, or, let's say it's an annual contract, on an annual basis?
You'll understand my answer when I say it depends, because you're an attorney.
Of course.
But I will answer the question. It depends in the sense that we're always a little bit gun shy about automatic recurrals of agreements, meaning we usually, but it happens, and it happens in some certain settings, which is appropriate. When a contract's coming up for renewal, and there has to be an action, and either it's an action by the superintendent or the CBO to restart that, or not restart it, keep it going for the next year. That should come back as a ratification as well, or review, again, depending on what the contract is. Because again, the action by the superintendent and CBO, I could probably argue that it was already justified from the delegation from a year ago. But, as far as keeping the board current on where the contracts are, I would suggest putting it on the ratification list or review list if it's an annual renew or something else for each year. That's, again, I don't think it's, quote, illegal or improper, but I think it makes more sense to put it on. The statute doesn't indicate when it has to happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. In particular for the special services contracts, I'm just curious if you've seen sort of standard practices among other school districts for sort of procurement or how they evaluate those types of contracts. Is there any kind of standard practice that you're familiar with?
To evaluate or procure?
Procure.
Okay, procure. Yeah, forgive me, it depends. For some services, yes, we suggest, even if you don't have to go out for an RFP, usually that has to do, I'll put it in like the construction setting or something like that, or when you're procuring something that gets some material. I'll take a step back from that when we're talking about, again, I'll use some examples. Folks that are, on the educational side, on the curriculum side, or if it's counseling, those are, not that the other ones aren't special. Those ones are truly special services where we are not looking for the cheapest one. We are looking for one that's appropriate for the situation, the call that needs to be done on an educational level. Those are the ones when we go back, what works for staff at that point? And I'll oftentimes ask, usually the CBO is, okay, so who are the folks at the sites that are using this? Are they comfortable with the scope of work and who's doing this work? Because they're the ones that are dealing with those ones, if you will, day to day, and those people day to day. When it comes to, geotechnical services, I'm not saying that's not important and everything else, but that kind of level, yeah, I can issue an RFP. We can get different proposals from folks and evaluate it. It's when we get into the educational side that usually, and there are exceptions, but usually at that point, we want to know, is this the right fit for what's being asked for? And it's way less of a legal question than a what's the fit question.
So you don't really see any sort of standard practice in that area for the special contracts?
No, not really.
Case by case.
It's kind of rare when we see an RFP or an RFQ for something that's, again, on the curriculum side that I'm talking about. We'll oftentimes see RFQs and RSPs in settings where it doesn't really need it, but again, if there's like a dozen people in the county that can perform the work, well, then issue the RFP. Let's see what we get for responses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What have you seen for wellness programming? Does that usually fall under
Bonus program?
wellness?
Wellness, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Wellness programming or coaching. Does that fall under special services, or is that somewhere else?
That really does. Certainly for wellness and wellness centers, if you guys are establishing those. Part of that actually could be educational as well, but I know how the wellness centers work. I kind of default right away to those are special services in my view. I don't. If you're picking wellness centers based on because they're the cheapest, yeah, you probably shouldn't be. As for coaching and stuff, again, I coaching in a lot of ways is treated like they're teachers in a lot of ways. So I mean, I kind of deal with that on the, if you will, the educational and curriculum side as well. And again, I absolutely consider it a special service. As far as a procurement step to go with it, I think it would, again, who's the end user for that service? Are they comfortable with who this person is? Obviously looking at background and everything else, but as far as the procurement step, that's absolutely a special service. And I don't know if we'd want to impose a procurement, march through the steps when the service they're providing is something that I'll keep calling it unique. Maybe it's not unique, but it is special. Forgive the reiteration.
And then have you seen school districts? I've been learning more about community workforce agreements, specifically for construction contracts. Have you seen school districts entering into that area? I know the city of Mountain View is piloting a community workforce agreement right now.
Yeah, a community workforce agreement or a project labor agreement or project stabilization agreement, they're a bit of a unique animal. I'd say probably a tenth of the districts, school districts in the state have one. The vast majority don't. They are in essence an agreement between the district and the local trades council. So you would be the Santa Clara or San Benito Trades Council. And yes, it's an agreement with the district, but what it really is the district is requiring all contractors that would work on any district construction project to work under the project labor agreement, to have all their workers go through the union hall and to pay dues and fees, regardless if they're a union shop or an open shop. So it's a pretty complex, I'll say it out loud, complex and political form of agreement. And it's, we deal with a lot of them in a lot of parts of the state. So it would fall probably outside of most of what we're talking about here. There's really not a procurement step with it. It's more of a, are we going to pull in that as a requirement on our construction contracts?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Are there any further questions? I did want to ask, so a question that we've heard from members of the public, which I think is clear from the materials in the presentation, but just to clarify for the public, if a contract is signed for one of these special services, for example, that even though it's over the bid limit, it actually qualifies as special service. If it's signed and then brought to the board for ratification, are there any penalties or requirements of the board or the district because it's already been signed if the board chooses not to ratify it?
No, frankly, it probably should come to the board signed, to be fair. Again, assuming it falls under the delegation we've been talking about, and I suspect based on what you're saying, it probably was, the superintendent or CBO has the authority to sign that agreement and frankly should if they want to get the services going. So it comes to the board almost certainly with a signature. Doesn't have to. It could wait until you guys have ratified it. That would be fine. There certainly wouldn't be any penalty. If the board decided not to ratify that contract, then we'll go back to what I said about 10 minutes ago. Then we're going to have a discussion about, okay, then I'm your lawyer. I will argue that's not a valid contract. But now you did delegate authority. Did some of the performance start ahead of time? Do we owe them some money even though you didn't ratify it? So we can avoid a battle. Again, that would be a more detailed contract specific discussion, but certainly there's no penalty or anything else.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press star and 9 on your phone, or approach the podium and submit a speaker card. All right, I have 4 online speakers. I'm going to take a screenshot of the hands that are up, and we will close the speaker line now. And we have 1 in-person speaker. So we'll allocate everyone 2 minutes and we'll start with our in-person speaker. Let's get a timer up. All right, you may begin when you are ready.
Hi, my name is Christine Caslow, and I'm one of the 4 people in the audience who are a candidate for school board. I want to thank you very much for including the contract approval process as well as the budget advisory committee items on the agenda tonight. There are some very concerned parents who want to make sure their voice is heard. And these items give parents more information on what exactly goes on. And hopefully with the budget committee, there'll be ways to make sure that their concerns are shared in ways that can ultimately create solutions. I understand that the rationale for delegating authority to approve contracts to administrators in order to allow for timely implementation. And I'm very, very glad to hear that there are no penalties for the board not ratifying something. And so I really appreciate what went into this presentation. And I think the explanation was really good. And I do think a lot of people will understand more what's going on. But I am also concerned that for many things, there is no formal process. I understand now that there isn't a standard for this, but I do think that given what's happened, the international attention that the district has received, we need to come up with a process and it has to fit our district. So we need a process for assessing these contracts, maybe there'll be a limit of like how big the contract has to be in order to get this process. But we do need some kind of way of checking different bids, even if it's not a formal RFP process, but some way of making sure how are these things, how do these decisions happen? There's been concern about wellness specifically. Again, I think everyone is pro wellness. We're just concerned, how was that vendor selected? So we need to look at that more carefully. I'm hoping that a budget committee would be able to do that and that their voice would be heard and acted on by the board. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our online speakers. Our first speaker is Nancy Actor. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Hi, thanks, and thanks for the presentation tonight. It's my understanding that there are contracts that need to be formally bid, contracts over $114,500, unless they fall under certain exceptions. And the most significant one there is the special services exception. We've seen several contracts over that bid limit come through just recently, examples including $180,000 for PR and $326,000 for ILO coaching. Special services captures a lot, but who decides what a special service is? Is that a question of fact? What does the case law describe here? Even then, shouldn't we have best practices in terms of asking for an RFP, since it doesn't hurt? The actual contract needs to come before the board for a vote. Is a quote or proposal enough? My concern here is that our board voted in favor of a document that described executive coaching services to the tune of $326,000, but the actual contract with the terms and conditions, signature, date, etc., was not put before the board. Shouldn't we see what we are ratifying in these meetings? And if the superintendent signing contracts prior to board ratification for over his signatory authority, isn't he personally liable for that amount? That is a question. Isn't that defined in code section 17604? I think that's pretty much it. These are questions I have, and since you're here, I'm hoping that the board will allow you to address them. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Mohan Gurunathan. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Thank you, President Conley, and thank you for that presentation, which was pretty clear and answered a number of questions. However, I think this issue of delegation is really messy and a bit absurd, really, when you think about it, because what you've explained is that the superintendent has carte blanche to sign whatever he wants, and then it may come to the board later, and then the board has to decide whether they want to pay for it or not. And just to give you an analogy, let's say I'm the only one who can use my credit card, but occasionally my son can use my credit card and buy what he wants, and then I can decide if I want to pay the bill. And that's basically what is happening here. And of course, when the bill comes, there's going to be tremendous pressure on the board to want to pay that, so they don't have to deal with the messiness of backing out or the messiness. And there may be penalties, but the penalties would be to the vendor who may have delivered some services already and has a backout clause. And so, of course, the board is going to be reluctant. So the superintendent can basically pressure the board to push through anything that he wants. And there's no public scrutiny in this process whatsoever. So I think this is really an unacceptable and somewhat ludicrous policy that we need to change. If you say that the board is the final word, then the board needs to be the final word. We should not go through with these large dollar value contracts without the board's approval. Anything less, I think, is carte blanche for the superintendent. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nyong Liu.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call and thank you for the presentations. My understanding is that is the limit 114,500. So when the board delegate that authority to the superintendent, does that limit still hold true? Because I have questions about that $189,000 to Blue Violet. That was a May 2024 contract. So that wasn't during the summertime. How did that get passed? And then the IOL contract, that was, it's more of the proposal, like Nancy have said, we didn't see any contract, any term. And I remember last month, Trustee Lambert motion no against it. And then trustee Blakely was concerned whether or not, and this is $327,000, way over 114,500 limit. But yet trustee Blakely asked, will there be penalty for signing, for not ratifying this? And then and asked Dr. Rudolph, and he did not answer her question, and kind of somehow rolling over to the remainder of the board approving this contract in fear that there is a penalty for it. But clearly it sounds from this presentation that if the board doesn't ratify this contract, there's no penalty paid. So that part, it's still bothering me. I don't understand the justification for how that was passed last month, and I would like an explanation for it. Thank you.
And our last speaker is a phone number ending in 35. You may press *9 on your phone to unmute yourself. Phone number ending in 35. You may unmute yourself to address the board. Oh, no, they're still here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Corinne Dillon. I just want to, first of all, I agree with what Nancy and Mohan said 100%. I just want to confirm that what I basically heard is that Trustee Connolly basically reiterated it. So, quote unquote, administrative matters don't need to be formally bid by the California Ed Code. Professional services are exempt from a competitive process. And so the superintendent has the authority to sign those types of agreements, around meditation services, wellnesses, whatever. So there's what is allowed by law, and then there's what is right and what makes sense from a good judgment perspective, and listening to the public. And when you have all of these people calling in, you have so much more attention on the board meetings. You have global attention, stories, SF Chronicle, LA Times, New York Post, Daily Mail, and local sources as well, of course. Don't you think that whether it's within the letter of the law that maybe there's something that is wrong with it, if there's so much public outrage? I mean, the fact that you're trotting out this attorney, and I would love to know what we're paying him to make slides and present this, to justify it is just so tone deaf. It's beyond me how the board and the superintendent just does not want to listen to us. And then the last thing I'll say is that if I got cut off, please don't ask me to submit my comments via email, because that is a convenient way to limit the public from hearing my comments online, and it limits reporters from hearing what is actually happening within this district and how the people feel about it. So I am extremely glad that people are calling in, watching these meetings, and giving this district the attention and scrutiny it deserves.
Are there comments from trustees? I want to thank Mr. Henderson for being here tonight. I think when we get a lot of questions from the public, it's very, very important to clarify processes, laws, codes. These are complex issues, and I know there was some interesting discussion in social media about our last board meeting, because there was a question about would there be a penalty on the contract, and all of the board members kind of paused and looked at our fellow trustee and then moved on. And it wasn't because we were worried about a penalty on the contract. It was because it was a surprising question. But I have heard from people that think that that meant that out of fear, we adopted a contract, when instead we actually put some constraints and conditions on the proposal that had been presented. And when the board gives direction, setting constraints or conditions, that has to be part of the contract that's binding, if I'm correct, Mr. Henderson. I wanted to follow up with a couple of quick questions. Are superintendents ever personally liable for contracts?
The short answer is that any staff member who exceeds their authority could be deemed to be committed malfeasance. And under the government code, they could be penalized or charged for it. Acting under delegated authority doesn't constitute any of that. And I think there might have been some confusion, and I understand it's a confusing topic. That bid limit is unrelated to the delegable authority. All the bid limit does is really say, does it get ratified or reviewed? Regardless of the amount of the contract, the superintendent and CBO have authority to approve contracts. So there was no monetary limit in the resolution you passed in 2015. I don't think there was one, I don't have it in front of me now, in the summertime resolution. So in other words, the amount of the contract doesn't create any kind of penalty or overreach, because again, that bid limit's not tied to what the board delegated authority for.
And then if we voted on something that was a proposal, is that an issue versus voting on ratifying a contract?
Yeah, we normally want to vote on the actual contract. Now, when I do purchasing presentations, I tell staff, your PO is your contract. So if you don't have anything else and you have a purchase order and you've attached a proposal and the board acted to approve that proposal, we've created the contract. That proposal becomes the contract, and your purchase order, which sits on top of it, becomes the contract. Now, if there's a subsequent contract and the parties agree to the terms and conditions, that should arguably come back unless you granted authority in the action for district staff and the vendor to finalize terms of an agreement. Kind of rare, because usually you want to have that final agreement in front of you. So that almost approached it depends answer. I hope it didn't, but that was.
It was fine. I also enjoyed the lawyers questioning lawyer portion of the evening as well. Thank you very much. I had one question for Dr. Rudolph. One of the wilder things that I'd seen online was that someone saying that the district had hired a PR firm to hire people to impersonate parents in email lists and social media, writing positive stories about the district. Is that something that the district has done?
No.
Okay, thank you. On that note, we will.
Conley?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, just make one comment. I had misunderstood what the summer delegated authority meant. And so I am sorry that I introduced confusion about that issue at the last board meeting. But I had thought that when we delegated authority for the summer, that was final, and it turns out it is not, and now I know. And so I apologize for any confusion that I created in that regard.
Trustee Berman?
I just want to reiterate my support of supporting our staff members with mental health and wellness and doing what we can to meet the needs of our school community. If it means retaining our principals, our teachers, the leadership, I mean, all of those things really impact student outcomes. So we want to do our part to make sure that we support our staff. You know, one of the things that's come up is sort of this idea of like, let's right size it to make sure that our school district receive, our teachers and our staff, everyone's getting the services that they need. So that is something I continue to believe in very deeply, that I feel like we need to continue to support our staff with the mental health and wellness that they deserve, and we're able to provide, thankfully.
President Conley, there was a question that had come up that I'm hoping maybe we can provide some clarification on when the district makes payments. So in May and June, the district often enters into many contracts for the following fiscal year. So when we start the school year, we're ready with the contracts. But in May, the same time we're entering new contracts for the new fiscal year, we're continuing to make payments on that current year contracts. So for example, you could see payments going out to Right at School, even though we're entering into a new contract for the new fiscal year, that in May and June. But we don't pay on the contracts until we're actually in that fiscal year.
Thank you.
And I also wanted to say, just to clarify the confusion, and I can own the DocuSign issue. We get a lot of DocuSigns that come to every single member within the district that have delegated authority. And oftentimes when we see the DocuSigns, there's an assumption that they've already been through the process. And so if I'm on vacation, which I was this year, and I got 2 DocuSigns, one from the county, one from another one, because I often get emails from Dr. Westover's staff about making sure we're approving payroll and everything else. I simply went in and I hit the DocuSign. So I have talked with Ms. Villalba, who is from out of my office. And we will make sure that we just do them on paper, just because it is a little confusing. And I think all of us, for you to go through, you will see everyone's just clicking DocuSign, and it's not really tailored to what the district has or what our processes are, because DocuSign is sort of an industry thing, and it's in the school district. We even though we sign them, we still have to print them out and do everything else. So we have changed that process, and I apologize for the impact that that's had to create some confusion. It's not, I understand in terms of making sure that things continue to move, but in this instance, it was July 10th. I came back to the office on July 15th. I could have easily found out, but I was just moving through the process, approving a lot of requisitions, as well as the DocuSigns that were in there from a couple of agencies.
All right, thank you. On that note, we will move on to item 6C. This is the Budget Advisory Committee. And as we get ready to kick it off, I just wanted to reiterate the reason that we had the contract approval process item tonight, and the reason we have this is because we welcome the public to engage with us on these issues, and we want to make sure our parents and the community and taxpayers and residents understand how all of these pieces fit together and work. This was an idea that actually was suggested by Trustee Blakely. She brought it to me because in the past, the district did have a similar type of committee, maybe, I don't know, 15 years ago or so.
No, it wasn't. Well, maybe, yeah. It was a budget task force for the old timers, BTF.
And I thought it was a great idea. And so I brought it to the superintendent, and staff got excited about it too. And so we're looking forward to this presentation and figuring out with public input the best way to go about this.
Thank you, Phil. So you're going to see in the next couple of presentations, and I think, as I tell our team all the time, within every complaint's a request, and it's our job to figure out what the actual request is. And so what I've heard loud and clear over the last couple of months is that we need to make sure, and I've heard this both from the community as well as from board members, that we're connecting with all of our stakeholders. And what that also means is that we need to expand what stakeholder means, because oftentimes we assume that it's just a parent or a teacher or something else. And so what you will see in the next series of presentations is an intentional effort by us to make sure that we're getting as much input as possible on a variety of topics. And you will see this trend continue over the next couple of months as we roll out a lot of different processes. So I'm going to go through this quickly just because I know we're going behind time, and I'm sure there may be thoughts. But so the Budget Advisory Committee is an advisory board that make recommendations to me. It provides engagement, ideas, and expertise to the district in developing budget priorities. And their primary purpose is to make sure that we ensure that there's transparency, we foster understanding amongst stakeholders, and we promote public participation in financial decision-making. Now, this group is not subject to regulations from the Brown Act or the Green Act. However, there is a question about whether or not we want to make sure that these are televised and at least open to the public for viewing, which I'll come back to a little bit later. And it's similar in purpose and structure to the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee and Bond Oversight Committee, except we do want the Budget Advisory Committee to actually provide recommendations and to have robust conversations. And I think, there was a caller that said this last week, and Trustee Berman mentioned this also. I think oftentimes it is about right-sizing programs and activities. And so I think that is a great opportunity for people to weigh in and talk about, I hear people say all the time, we support wellness. The question is and I don't know the answer to that too, like what is the appropriate size for wellness, right? And it's hard to look at other organizations to determine what their needs are. So we do want to make sure that this committee has the ability to provide some great input to me. So its purpose, we want to serve a diverse set of community stakeholders, especially in these times of complex and varied financial needs. And I think this committee helps to bring together different perspectives to help inform various budget decisions. And it also is inclusive and well-informed. And I've seen, I looked across multiple states, and I've seen even in Alexandria, like the budget advisor, Alexandria City Schools in Virginia, the budget advisory committee that they had actually makes recommendations about how to decrease how deficit spending, right? And so they outlined to the board that they hope that the board will develop a more sustainable budget. And we saw that in Tacoma, and then there's a lot of districts in Santa Clara County that are using the advisory board in the exact same way. So we do want to make sure that it can help us navigate the financial challenges and sort of prioritize spending. And what we will be talking about, Dr. Westover's going to mention in October, we are going to reach out to all of our stakeholders and talk about what's important and what isn't important. And if we do have to make some tough decisions, at least we will have heard from everyone about what we need to prioritize and what we should continue. And the same thing I talked about wellness, right? Part of our wellness initiative is to go back out to all of our staffs and sort of understand what is needed. And there was actually a great article that was in Ed Week this week too, about sort of how teachers and administrators can be supported. And I think it's important for us to get that engagement. The BAC serves as a liaison between the district and the broader community, sharing information and gathering input from stakeholders. And they work with committee members to develop practices that support the district's educational goals. We do want to make sure that everyone sort of understands the budget, the revenue sources, as well as expenditures, to understand the financial trends and projections. I think we often live this on a day-to-day basis, and so it's easy for us to understand these things, so they sort of roll in the back of our heads, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all stakeholders, when they interact with us, understand that. And so helping to make this clear, I think will go a long way. So we want them to offer feedback and recommendations of budget priorities, cost-saving measures to help that minimize the impact on student learning and staff welfare, and as well as revenue enhancement opportunities. So why now? So obviously this spring, there's been a demonstrated disconnect between stakeholders in the district over the use of resources. So we want to be responsive to that. And again, you will hear this echoed in the next coming presentations around a lot of different things, including counselors, eventually AI, and some other opportunities. But we also feel like there's a need to provide clarity on the district financial procedures and the legal obligations, right? So oftentimes I hear people, when I'm interacting with them, they mention the 1-year reserve limit. And then when I start talking about, well, in year 3, this is what we're really looking at, it's sort of like, oh, okay, well, why does this look this way? And so I think helping people to sort of understand that the differences in the way that the district's funding and when we receive funds and why we don't want to use trans in order to sort of supplement our income and pay a fee is really important. But I also think that, myself as well as the rest of the staff can benefit from all stakeholder perspectives to make sure that initiatives are right-sized and aligned with strategic goals. So what is a makeup? So this is where I want to get feedback on. I have seen this group range from very small to very large. For the most part, the Budget Advisory Committee tends to function around 8. But if we were to expand it to every single school, then that's when you get around 18 individuals. So that's one of the questions. I don't know what's the right appropriate size, but we do want to make sure it's a comprehensive group. So obviously we want district administrators, and that could be principals, directors, and managers. We want representatives from the employee associations. We often talk all the time with our employees about how we are spending our funds, and I think it's important for them to have a voice and agency in this. Obviously, parents and guardians from various school sites with financial leadership experience. And at minimum, you want to make sure that it's one middle and one elementary school, because I think at times, and I hear from our middle school teachers and administrators who talk about, it often feels like we highlight the elementary experience at the expense of the middle school. So having somebody from both areas would do well. And then obviously community members, local business owners, community leaders, interested residents with financial leadership experience. And then I know it says members, but we're actually just looking for one board member to sit also so that you can report back to the board for how it is going also. So at minimum, and this is a minimum, we would like to meet quarterly with additional meetings as needed throughout the budget season. I suspect that it is possible we may be meeting on a monthly basis, but we want to set the floor that at least we would do quarterly. And we are going to ask, to review data, documents, participate in community engagement outside of the regular BAC committees meetings. And then, we're asking, and this seems to be true for all the districts that have initiated a budget advisory committee over the last couple of years, especially those that are seeing decreased enrollment, that they require people to attend at least 75% of the meetings. So we want to make sure that people are there. So what we have is an application process that we want to send out. The selection, what we were asking actually, and I apologize, I shouldn't say ad hoc committee. What we're actually doing is that we will sort of review all the applicants and bring them back to the board and allow the board, similar to, this is where that board parcel tax advisory oversight committee and the bond oversight committee, that's the process I was referring to. Similar to what we do there, we would actually bring it back and ask the board to approve the members who are actually on this. So that way that there's transparency. And of course, we would make a recommendation, or our financial department would make a recommendation based off of what people submit. And it's up to the board to make the final determination about who would actually sit there. And then like I said before, final applicants would be presented to the board for actual approval. So we have a couple questions, just real quick. Or do you feel that there are stakeholders that are not represented on the budget advisory committee that we should include? What is the ideal size of this group? How many from each representative group? Obviously, it can continue to expand depending on how many union members we have or administrators. And then obviously, which board member would like to participate. And then, of course, similar to what the city does when they have these types of committees, they actually have those presented live to further present transparency. And so this could be a great thing. And when I say televised, I mean recorded on Zoom and posted to YouTube so that people are able to see, not TV, so to speak. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Berman and then Trustee Lambert.
I'm just wondering if in thinking about our members, if we have considered, or if you have any thoughts on having like a limit to, serving 2, 3 years, or before then we sort of move into another round of parents. Had you considered that in your evaluation of how many individuals to include?
We didn't, but I think that's a great idea. I think similar to some other initiatives that we've had, we start with one group of parents, and then after so many years, they disappear, and they go off to the high school. But there are times even with construction, like when the initiative finally finishes, it's years later, and so I think having a way to refresh is good. At the same time, similar to what we see with the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee and the Bond Oversight Committee, there are just people who are really interested in this, and so they are always asked at the end of the year whether or not they want to continue serving. And if they say, like, I'm willing to open it up, we would open it up. But if the board wants it to have a sort of limit, and then we just refresh it every couple of years, I think that would be good.
Trustee Lambert.
Yeah, so about the size of the group, first of all, I see a lot of value. Back up. There's a lot of stakeholders, and I can see a lot of value of having as many stakeholders participate as possible. On the other hand, I think we want this group to have a very robust discussion, and having large number of people there, it's just not going to be possible. I don't have a solution to that other than to say that I wonder if there are smaller groups to meet that to have facilitate discussion and then have those smaller groups meet as a whole. Just as some way to, yeah, that maybe have the best of both situations. Of course, it's a lot more work, I think, for the staff and, yeah, the people who would participate, but just as thought. Just a question about, how this would be facilitated. Is this something that's appropriate to have a facilitator come in and help the discussion? And what I'm thinking there is that it might, to sort of guard against just having the staff give a presentation, right? And then everybody react to it. Just a thought again.
So the irony is we did look at it, but considering that everyone is receiving criticism on expenditures that are outside of the classroom, we sort of found this as a catch-22, right? But we do know that there are a couple districts within Santa Clara County that actually are using a facilitator, and they cost around $150 to about $250, depending on the person. So I think if the board, obviously myself and Dr. Westover and Ms. Pongo don't want to go into a hostile environment where people feel like their voice isn't going to be heard, and that this is just sort of it's not really a process that's going to lead. So we're open to it, but I'm looking towards board direction if you feel like that is something that would be beneficial to sort of tamper down some of the issues that we're currently facing.
Yeah, and as you can appreciate, maybe you understand it, I'm reacting a bit to my experience on participating on the redistricting task force, which let's just leave it at that. That was a challenging task force.
It was, and that's one of the reasons why I remember when we put it in place, and you were on the board at first, and then you joined the task force, and it was a large group, and then we had to break the group into smaller pieces in order to do it, and then it became even more political, and what we learned was, there was overrepresentation from certain groups that sort of drove the process, but what really helped was bringing in Tony, and I forget his last name, to navigate the conversation. And so we did think that may be a worthwhile endeavor. I would just say Dr. Westover and I were just a little gun shy about saying, oh, by the way, this is going to cost, $250 per hour to do it. And so I was sort of hoping that somebody may bring it up. If not, I would have posed that question at the very end, just as a food for thought.
Yeah, that's it for now. We might have other.
Thank you. And then I had a question about, and I think this was in there, but I just wanted to clarify, similar to the bond and parcel tax oversight committees, when these applications come to the Board of Trustees, they will not have names on them. So the appointment process is not us reviewing a specific person, but it's looking at the qualifications and the application that's been listed.
We would follow, similar to what we did with other committees, we will follow actually a blind process too. We have a staff member who redacts all the names, and then we just simply read people's statements based off of the merits, and then we look at what is their involvement, and then we sort of make a recommendation. So it keeps us honest also. But yes, when we bring it back, I know that, and this didn't come up, but we have parents who are being called who, are getting payments from the district for special ed services, and parents are looking at payments and warrants and calling them, asking why they're getting a payment.
Oh, no.
And so we want to do our best to protect people so that they don't have to undergo that type of scrutiny that shouldn't really exist.
Okay. Goodness. That's kind of horrifying. Another question I had was around the parents. On here, it talks about one from a middle school and one from an elementary school. But when in our student population breakdown, we have far more students in elementary school than in middle school, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so I kind of lean towards at least 2 elementary and maybe 1 or 2 middle, but the board will discuss that in a moment. Those are my questions for now. Did you have another question, Trustee Lambert? Your mic is on.
Yeah, I guess what I have is more like
I'm sure there are lots of comments from trustees on this. There's a lot to figure out. We will now head to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're in person, you can submit a yellow speaker card. All right, we are going to close the hand raising online. I'm going to take a screenshot right now. We have 4 online speakers and we have 2 in-person speakers. So trustees, do you want to allocate 1 minute, 2 minute, 90 seconds? Well, it would be, yeah. What do trustees prefer?
I would prefer at least 2 minutes.
I would prefer 90 seconds, given that it's 9:26 and we still have a bazillion other things to do this evening.
I know it's late, but I think 2 minutes is best.
Okay. All right. We'll do 2 minutes per speaker. We'll begin with our in-person speakers. Former Trustee Nelson.
Thank you. I hope you see how the superintendent year's newly revealed budget troubles will only be further hidden if a superintendent formed and controlled budget advisory committee. Remember, this board is accountable for policy. Both Lauras are accountable for policy, and the board will be responsible if this hides the troubles. The county this back is for him. It reports, quote, to the superintendent. His back is opaque by design, quote, by definition, quote, this group is not subject to regulation of the Brown Act or Green Act. His back does not have to be publicly announced meetings. It does not have to have open meetings. It does not have to have published agendas. His back does not have to have minutes. His back does not have to have recorded votes, even advisory votes. His back does not have to allow public comment. This proposal is the opposite of transparency. It makes sense to me it came from Blakely. It's promoting public engagement is very narrow. In fact, it is downright in your face a lie that this is anyway, quote, similar in purpose to the statutory Brown Act standing committees for parcel tax and bond oversight. This is just a superintendent's advisory committee. And Laura Berman, one of the reasons I voted for you is you, in the minutes for your school site council, said, when are the parents going to get the chance to comment on this? It's the thing Bill mentioned about these committees where you sit and you hear what the administration wants to do. So it's not going to be picked by you, and it'll be in court, because if you touch it with a vote, it's a violation of the.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I had a clarifying question, Dr. Rudolph, because I realized I didn't ask it earlier, which was, does the group intend to publish agendas, have any form for public comment or writing into the group? I know televising it is something that is part of the conversation, but are there other things that are Green Act or Brown Act liked that can be done?
They're not subject to it, but I think if we, similar to what I've seen both within the county and across the nation, is that you publish the meetings, you publish the notes, so that people can see how the Budget Advisory Committee got to their recommendation. And you would also publish any presentations that would get there. So we would create a standard webpage, similar to what we do with all the other ones. And we did this even with the Students Attendance Task Force. We publish every single meeting, every agenda, and all the sort of recommendations that came with it. So our vision wasn't to hide or obfuscate anything. The idea was the only thing that I was curious about is if the board was comfortable with these meetings would also be on Zoom, so that other people can weigh in. And part of that's just, as we think about like, is it in person, not in person? Part of it's about the size of the group. But it is our intention to make sure that all the information is publicly available for people to see.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Reed. You may begin when you are ready. There you go.
Hi, I'm Anna Reed, board candidate. Thanks for hearing the community and creating an avenue for more community engagement. To make the process more inclusive and increase the potential applicant pool, is it possible to give more than a week to accept applications since the link is not live? Currently, only people tracking board meetings have the opportunity to apply. What are the plans to advertise this opportunity to the larger public who are all stakeholders in the use of public funds? Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our online comment. Our first speaker is Nancy Actor. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Hi, thanks. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. Rudolph. And I do appreciate the sincere attempt to appease a very upset community with this very large budget advisory committee. But I do think that making real policy and or regulatory changes that require RFPs for contract over $114,500, which would be much more powerful than forming a committee with no teeth, a committee with members chosen by the super and board rather than by an open vote, a committee with no open meetings that only reports to the superintendent, a committee that only provides feedback and recommendations. I'm sorry to be less than grateful for the offer of this back, but I have seen how tone deaf the administration has been to the public's feedback and recommendations at these public meetings. Why would a budget advisory committee be any different? There's no evidence to show that a budget advisory committee will have any more success. Administrative regulations and board policies need to be made to actually regulate the spending process. I'm not saying we can't have a budget advisory committee. I'm saying that I'm concerned that this committee is just being proffered to tamp down the public outrage. If you really want to address this public upset, we need solid board policies or administrative regulations in place to curtail these outlandish contracts. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mohan Gurunathan.
Thank you, President Conley. I don't see anything nefarious in this particular proposal, but I do think it is unnecessary and ill-advised. I'm sorry, do you hear a background noise or is that just me?
Just you. You're fine.
Okay. Everything that has been put forth as a purpose of this committee is exactly what the Board of Trustees is supposed to be doing. So is this a tacit admission that the board isn't doing their job? I'm sure that's not what you're trying to say here. But we don't need to recreate a mini board that is potentially less transparent, makes no binding decisions, less accountable to the public, not democratically selected, and less powerful overall. I think it is a step in the wrong direction. I think instead we really need to remind the board what their duty and responsibility to the public are. And for any of the community that are thinking of applying to be part of this back, I would urge you to rather try to convince the board that they are responsible for exactly what this back is proposed to do and have them do their job. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ling Wang.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. I have concerns about the transparency of this committee. So I think we need to do everything we can to make this as open and as democratic as possible. And right now, in terms of the selection process, it seems a little murky. But I want to go ahead and assume good intent. And if we move forward with this committee, in terms of the selection criteria, I do think that every community, elementary school community, right? Because this is how we're divided, and middle school community has a representative into this. So yeah, that's all I wanted to make comment on.
Our next speaker is Karin Dillon.
Hello. So I agree with Nancy. I think that a more meaningful way to demonstrate that you're listening to the community would be meaningful changes in fiscal policy, not an advisory committee. It sounds a lot like a parcel tax oversight committee, which is historically members of the public who consistently support the district's views, similar to school site council meetings, limited public visibility, engagement, and authority to enact real change in terms of improved fiscal responsibility, which is really all that the parents in the community wants. That's all we really want. So I think meaningful changes in policy is going to speak more than like creating some advisory committee that reports to the superintendent. Secondly, you mentioned about the selection process. Blind selection is not possible if you have to list all your experiences, because there are not that many people that get involved with the district. I think if I were to apply, you guys would know immediately who I am based on all of the experiences that I have. And I'm not sure that I would be selected because I have been critical of the district. And I don't want to be critical of the district, but I just feel like that's what we've come to at this point because we just don't feel heard. And the last thing I want to say is, Dr. Rudolph, when you make comments that parents are being targeted for whatever reason, can you please provide specific evidence? I personally feel it is irresponsible to put those accusations out there in a vague manner and then not provide facts. It's extremely accusatory. I know I would never do anything like that. Where is this happening? Because if it's happening, it needs to be stopped. And so if you're going to put those kinds of accusations out there, please back them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Are we okay? There we go. I think we're okay now. All right, trustees, discussion. Before we jump in, I did want to offer one thing. So I've been following all the comments on social media and the email list, and we've also had an email tool that's being used to notify trustees of things. And I did see there was a parent who I think was very well-intentioned who pulled a whole bunch of data and put together a spreadsheet and pivot tables, and it outlined all of the payables vendors who had received things, and immediately other parents started commenting, this is exposing the names of individuals who, for example, might have purchased something for the PTA and the pass-through for reimbursing them came through the district, or these are families that could be receiving payment for special education services, and that is why they were receiving payments from the district. And so I know that that information was publicly disclosed in a large forum online, and it's still there. And so the step of the district hearing from families that they have been called because their name is on that list is not surprising. Well, it is surprising to me. It makes me very sad, but also it's not something that's impossible or a made up accusation. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then there's an email tool that has been used. It's connected to a change.org petition, and I wanted to share with the public that we recently, so what you do is you go to the website, you go to the change.org petition, you click on the link.
This board,
I know
seems to be way off topic.
this is, but we got comments about this item through this email bot, and that's why I'm talking about it.
We did-
So the email bot,
we did
somebody
this item.
impersonated an official from another organization and sent the email to the board using this tool. And it turns out that it doesn't actually verify that the email address that's entered belongs to the person who's entered it. It's just like a straight form and it sends it on its own. So we have a lot of people who are really interested in public engagement on this, and the ways that it's happening are not getting to the board in a productive way, in the sense that people are getting impersonated online. You know, this information is being disclosed and families feel like their privacy is being violated. So I do think that this committee is very, very important as another avenue for increasing engagement, answering questions. A lot of what we get are questions. And it's hard when we have these board meetings spread out so far, that this is another way to get information to the public. I would very much like to see it be televised. And I would like it to be as transparent as possible, including having the agendas and the notes and the presentations, all of that publicly available as well. Trustees. Trustee Berman.
Yeah, I agree with that, with having the agenda published and like 48 hours in advance, for example, and having there be a Zoom option for people to watch, to engage, to give feedback. You know, it would be nice to have a representative from every school, but I do worry that the discourse could maybe lose some of its rigor because you have such a large group. One of the benefits I see of having individuals from each school site attend is that, you know, if we have parents who are engaged with their school community, they can go back and share some of the information. You know, I think of active parents who are on school site council or PTAs who understand the needs of the staff and their school community really deeply and are able to contribute to the conversation around the budget. But I do worry that it would get a little too big for the group to have that rigorous discourse. But then I wonder how we get site specific sort of input or some of these ideas get put out into their own school community. But that's where I am so far.
Trustee Lambert.
Yes, the meeting should be as open as possible and transparent and have agendas. While people were talking, I was thinking as an alternative of having either the superintendent or a facilitator guide these meetings, to have the group itself elect a chairman who would basically run these meetings as an alternative. And then work with the superintendent to establish an agenda. So another thing I think that's really important, and again, it came up to my experience with other task forces, to be very clear about what the objectives are. And so that, like everything else that it's done in the district, we have very set metrics and we can monitor our progress and make sure that we stay on point and stay focused on accomplishing those objectives. Because some of these task forces can go off on tangents, things like that. That's why, you know, having a clear agenda up front that, you know, we stay to the point is going to be especially important in a very diverse group like this. So again, the challenge is I think we want to make this as interactive as possible. You can say that, you know, getting that out of the Brown Act and these kind of things, you know, we can have more public participation actually. And almost like town halls and things like that. We don't have to be restricted to just the appointed or, you know, elected, you know, groups that are represented. So I think there's a lot of different ways we can go with this.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. Just as far as the questions that had been presented, there was stakeholder size, board member, and should they be recorded? And for the stakeholders, I was thinking about that. I think if there were somebody from the Educational Foundation that was interested in participating, I wouldn't say that we'd have to mandatorily have a member, but I think for context, because they provide a significant chunk of money to the district, and just for context in like how far the budget goes, and we're talking about right sizing and things, I think their perspective would be helpful. But I wouldn't say that's mandatory if there weren't anybody that wanted to participate. And the size, I agree with what several different people have been saying, is like big can get a little unwieldy. I was thinking maybe 2 elementary parents and maybe 1 from each of the 2 middle schools. But again, I don't know that we need to make it super hard and fast. If there's a lot of interest by the public in participating, you know, maybe you have 3 elementary schools or something like that. Because the point, I feel, is to really have more accessibility and input, you know, accessibility to and input from the public. So if there's huge interest, then, you know, maybe we do need to accommodate that. The board member, I'm indifferent. We've mostly done it like, you know, annually. We'll allocate like who's the MVF observer and who's the parcel tax oversight observer and you know, the PTA council, whatever. I think it could just be part of that. And then as far as recording, I was thinking, no, definitely make them available to the public, like have them be open, whether it's Zoom or whether they're in-person meetings. I find in-person meetings more productive in general, but I don't know that you want to mandate that. Maybe it's every other meeting, but I was concerned that if you record it, it might chill interest from members of the public who wanted to participate, who might be worried about being trolled or whatever. So, you know, I'm open. I don't feel that strongly, but I don't want to chill people from participating. I want people to be able to participate, and also, you know, or even if they don't want to participate, but to come listen. You know, and being in the room, I think, is helpful. And then the last thing, well, two more things. You, Trustee Lambert, mentioned maybe having somebody chair the meeting. I kind of like that idea. That's what we do with the parcel tax oversight and the bond oversight. And the district works with the chair and comes up with, you know, helps come up with the agenda. But there's a chair who runs the meeting. So I think that could be helpful. If it got really contentious, I'm open to having a facilitator come, but I would hope that that's not the case. And then finally, I was thinking in terms of the public, you know, advertising these meetings and letting people know when they're taking place and stuff, I think it'd be really helpful to have like a public input, like email or, you know, like a public input box. Could be online. It could be in the newsletters that go out that, you know, once a month says, is there anything you wanted to have this committee address or look into? You know, send your thoughts here. So I thought that might be helpful. Thank you.
I think on timeline, we had originally talked about trying to get it off the ground in September, which is why it's such a short application period, because it would have to come back to the board for approval on the 19th. But maybe we should extend that and have it come back on October 3rd instead.
Works for me.
Okay.
Support that too. I think.
Yeah, let's.
Don't need to rush things, and we have a lot of things to do still.
Okay.
Works for me.
So let's extend that time. When I look at the makeup of the group, admins, I think no more than 2. Union, one from each union. Parents, I'm aligned with Trustee Blakely. At least 2 from the elementary schools, possibly 1 from each middle school. But if we get extra parent or community interest, we can explore expanding the size, and then 1 person from the board and 1 person from MVEF. And you know, I am uncertain. I hear your points, Trustee Blakely, about recording it and publishing the recording of the meeting. I think the meeting should definitely be open to the public. I am torn on whether or not after you made that point, I'm a little torn on it about whether or not to publicize it or to have the meetings be filmed and posted online. Because I'm on the district equity committee, for example, and we don't record and post our meetings. I don't think we do that for any of our advisory committees. But I think making the meetings open to the public might be, even if it's a virtual meeting that's open to the public, they can zoom in, but it's not necessarily filmed and kept forever and ever and ever online.
Yeah, DLAC and DAC both follow a similar process.
I am kind of interested in what the applicants say. So maybe in the application itself, we can include a little box that says, you know, do you have strong feelings about whether this meeting should be recorded and posted online? And that might give us a gauge on the chilling effect on whether or not most applicants are saying, I probably wouldn't want to do it if it was posted that way. So what if we survey that way in the application? Any other comments?
Yeah, and I do like the idea, I think everybody said, of like publishing an agenda and posting the presentations and the minutes and whatever. So have that material be available, like on the website.
Yeah, I want to have people put their energy in a good place. A lot of this information that's been floating around, and I keep reading all the things that are coming up online, there are a lot of questions. And then sometimes there are assumptions made when people are trying to help each other answer the questions. And it unfortunately becomes misinformation and it sort of snowballs from there. And so, like, if you're making charts and tables, please come and put your energy here and join this group and participate, because we will give you all the information you want. And we really want your feedback. And we also want a community lens. And this isn't ducking the responsibility of the trustees. We are the ones who ratify and review these contracts every single board meeting. But it is part of our role to continuously seek public input because we're the voice of the community. And we're trying to find more ways to do that because there's clearly a bottleneck here where the public feels like they aren't able to participate and don't even have all the information they need. And so this is an attempt to try and work on that. It's not going to solve everything. It's not perfect by itself, but it's a step in that direction. Trustee Berman.
Can I just ask how this would be shared? How would the application be shared with the parent community?
So we typically start off with our newsletter, then we do postings on Facebook or social media accounts. And, you know, I don't know if Ms. Hausman wants to jump in with what other strategy she uses, but the same way we recruit other committee members is what we would do. And we try to cast as wide of a net as possible. Just real quick, I did ask Dr. Westover, because she's the one who consulted with legal counsel about whether or not parents' names need to be included on payments and warrants. And since that question came up, and you know, since it's an insinuation that I'm not being truthful, I asked Dr. Westover, because she was the one who reached out to legal counsel, to go ahead and sort of describe what's taking place, because I'm, you know, secondhand.
Good evening, trustees. Yeah, it's quite saddening. I looked at payments and warrants, which are always public. And sometimes we have repeat parents that are paid specifically for special ed services. And it seems that parents are using the payments and warrants and then reaching out to the parent and asking, why are you getting a check from the district? Excuse me, and I can only imagine how hard this is for a parent who has a child with special needs being questioned on why they're receiving payments. But that is occurring within the district right now. Parents are calling other parents and asking why they're receiving checks.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Yeah, we need to make a motion to extend the meeting.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Are there any of these items? There's four more things plus the closed session. Are any of them ones that could be deferred to another meeting?
I mean, technically, yes, they can.
By the way, I have the same question. I would like to have a short meeting.
Well, I mean, if we go to 11:30, I don't know when we're even going to be able to cover it. And
so the item E should not be deferred. Item D, we really need to kick off that process.
I really think, and Ms. Jimbo can, and Ms. Victor can jump on as well as Ms. Bauer, who's just waiting to pass or to talk about a board policy. I actually think that these are just kickoffs to the initiatives, and I think we can go through them just as fast as possible. I can't limit public comment, but I think these can move quick. And Ms. Jimbo, if you could just speak quick, that'd be great.
So I would suggest extending till 11 p.m.
Will that be sufficient?
I think we can get through these items within the next
closed session.
Yeah.
And get into closed session. Yes,
we only
I think
have
we
one
can
item.
pull it off. It's dependent on Ms. Jimbo, but I think we can do it.
No pressure, Miss Jimbo.
Do we want to modify that to 11:15 just in case?
Okay,
But
let's
shoot
do
for
that.
11.
Let's do that.
I say no, but
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But we'll shoot
All
for
those
11.
opposed? All right, on a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman, 3 trustees, Berman, Blakely, and Conley voted to extend the meeting until 11:15 with trustee Lambert voting in the negative. All right, Miss Jimbo, let's talk about social emotional learning instructional materials for 24-25, item 60.
Okay. I am turning this on now. So I will abbreviate this since the materials have been available to the board. So it's a pleasure to be here. And as always, our alignment is with our strategic plan. And I do want to point out one particular alignment, the California Education Code, most particularly Education Code 60002, that does advise us on the participation in a instructional materials adoption committee. So we do follow CASEL and CDE guidance. We have worked very diligently to lay the groundwork for readiness for examining social emotional learning instructional materials. We continue to provide supports to our students through our community partnerships. A really important piece here that I do want to point out is that explicit SEL instruction is only one single component of a comprehensive competency-based SEL model. So a part of that is looking at curriculum utilized for explicit instruction. Stakeholder input is very important to this process as well, because there are so many options for curriculum available to us, and no state guidance in particular on limiting our options. Considerations listed here, very important. I think what I really do want to highlight here is our SEL work group that we've had in place for a couple of years now, that has been primarily teachers and administrators. We are expanding that this year, and it will become our curriculum adoption committee. Our invitations for applications go out next week, so we'll have it on our virtual wellness center on the website, as well as through newsletters and email invitations. We do want stakeholders to provide us information on their input for important features, content, or social emotional learning needs, and that will happen through an open-ended thought exchange. In terms of next steps, I do want to correct dates on this slide. The second bullet, September 6th through the 12th, that should say September 8th through the 20th. That means that our application for our work group or our curriculum adoption committee will be open for approximately 2 days shy of 2 weeks. It is a very busy month in September, but we will be coming back before the board with recommendations out of the committee as well as updates. As far as our next steps, we would like some input from the board with regard to what SEL curriculum should include or address, and any input or expectation regarding grade span of the curriculum. So do you have an opinion or input on elementary curriculum only, middle school only, or covering the K through 8 grade span? And with that,
Thank you very much, Ms. Jimbo. Are there questions from trustees? Okay, We'll take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or submit a yellow speaker card if you're here in person. We have one speaker, so we're going to get a 3-minute timer up. Excuse me, we have 2 speakers, and then I'm going to close online hand raising with the 1 speaker that we have online. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We'll begin with our in-person speaker. You may begin when you're ready.
Hi, Anna Reed. Just quick question. Our school, in the realm of considering budget, our schools are already using Project Cornerstone, and Project Cornerstone does have a full 3-year Castle Framework approved curriculum for middle schools. And I was just wondering if that was going to be a consideration for the committee to do that, since it's already included in what we're already paying for.
Thank you. We'll move to our online speaker, Ling Wang. You may unmute yourself when you are ready.
Okay, I'll make this quick too, because it's late for everybody. I think with regards to SEL, again, we have to be really careful about how we're approaching it and making, a discussion forum and a school culture classroom and school culture type of framework rather than a straightforward like curriculum lecture based type of style. I know that there are existing curriculums out there, especially at different sites. So if we could leverage those that are already there and expand those, I would like to see it move forward that way. Thank you.
All right, trustees, comments. We'll go back to, maybe we can pull up the slide, Dr. Rudolph, of next steps for the board's input.
So I'll just say that I'm glad that we're at this step of looking at curriculum adoption for SEL. It's something that's come up quite a bit. For the first question, what should SEL curriculum include or address? I think about just being intentional with our choice. So thinking about what our student data shows, what do our kids need the most? Is it problem solving, interpersonal skills, self-regulation? So really thinking about the student needs within our school district and finding the curriculum that aligns well to what the data is telling us. I think that home parent guardian connection, so a way just to bring parents along so there's clear understanding with our families, some of the competencies we're teaching, and then they can sort of bridge those ideas at home. I think it becomes really powerful. It would be great if there was also I think about Mistral and our Spanish immersion program. So hopefully there's a curriculum out there that comes with a Spanish element too, so that we don't have to translate it. But ultimately, I do want to find the best one for our students. So I'll be interested to see what our committee finds in that respect, because I don't know if they're translated. And staff training, so that once we adopt something, it could be widely used and our teachers feel prepared to use it with their students. What grades? I think about TK5. I would love for it to also include middle school. I think, sort of finding the time to teach it in our middle school schedule might be a little tricky, but ideally it would be TK8, even though I can see maybe what might happen is maybe we kind of really establish it TK5 perhaps, and then we're still sort of figuring out middle school, but ideally it would be for all our grades.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. The framework that what was created by Brian White and Karen Jimbo, I really liked when I saw that last year. So I agree with what Trustee Berman says, what does the data show? But I do think self-regulation and some of those kinds of things should be addressed. And I like the framework that was developed by the committee in terms of what what it should include or address. I wish that the state of California had some approved curriculum, but we've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and they don't. And I know that there are other states that do, and I'm confident that this group will be able to evaluate ones that exist and choose the best ones. I'd like it to cover K through 8. It might be different. Whatever you do for elementary school might be different than what you do at middle school. I know some parents have written in about responsive classroom, and Ms. Reed just recommended Project Cornerstone. I know they have some good materials too. So I'm just glad we're moving forward, and I trust the committee.
I am absolutely thrilled that we're moving forward on this. This is something that I've been asking for years. I know Trustee Chang really advocated for this for a long time as well. So I'm very, very excited. It's a brave step by our district when the state has kind of fallen down on trying to recommend something, but I think there's a real need. I agree with my colleagues that we need to look at what the students in our community need and go there. For K to 8 or TK to 8, I think middle school is going to be different. It might even be a different curriculum. It might not be the same curriculum as what we find for TK to 5. I was a responsive classroom teacher. I was trained in responsive classroom. I also was a Project Cornerstone volunteer. So I'm really familiar with those programs and I love them both. But I know there's so much more out there and there's different things that have been used at our other school sites. So I'm excited for this committee. And I know they're in good hands because our Director of Wellness and Mr. White have also worked a ton with this group already on establishing guidelines for our district and a framework for our district that is excellent. It is like a best in practice example. So I'm very, very excited about these next steps. All right, Ms. Jimbo, thank you so much. I hope that answered your questions.
Thank you.
All right, and we will move on to our next item, which is the item 6E, Workplace Violence Prevention Plan.
Oh, sorry. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see it, but it's not in present mode yet.
Okay, here we go. I don't know why my screen is different in my world tonight, but it just is. So I'm going to move very quickly through the presentation. Thank you very much. And it's all about the Workplace Violence Prevention Plan, which is required by state law now that all employers must implement a plan that includes the following bullets that are available on this slide. The template for the Workplace Violence Prevention Plan was provided to schools in June of last year. And as you know, June 13th was our last board meeting, which is why I'm bringing it to you now. The timeline did require us to prepare a pretty quick plan to be in compliance with the law, but we do have a plan that has been developed by our district safety committee and reviewed by our union presidents. Even though we have a plan, what we know is that when we work together and get feedback from multiple groups, we're able to provide a more inclusive plan. And so, I'm going to go kind of quickly through. I'm not going to go through all the plan highlights. The plan really gives, I think I skipped, I have a request for you. Request 1 is the eventual approval of the plan at the next meeting. We'll implement our plan and then we'll solicit feedback in an effort to refine the plan for next year. We would like to gather input from our typical groups, from our district safety committee leadership, DAC, DLAC, PTA presidents, and of course staff. Okay. In a nutshell, our plan highlights the different types of violence that could happen on a campus. It really talks about compliance with the plan and actions that will be taken with anybody who is not in compliance, as well as a training component. Really what we want to make sure is that employees are able to report any type of behavior that they feel is intimidating, threatening, or violent. And we want staff to be able to do that in a way that's most comfortable to them. So there are 3 different ways that staff can report issues that are concerning. They can do that with their supervisor, They can report to their union president, who would then report it to me, or they can report it anonymously through a survey that we will have provided for everyone. If a plan or if a hazard is reported, then the safety committee will be responsible for investigating that plan, and we will investigate any plan that is brought to our attention. Our plan will be reviewed annually by the safety committee, and any adjustments or changes to the plan will be captured in our log. Of course, the plan is implemented in connection with our comprehensive safety plan. It's not in place of it in any way, shape, or form. And I'm bringing the initial plan to you this evening, and I'll return on September 19th for approval. Then we'll go out and collect feedback on the current plan and bring back a new plan in March with all of the updates based on feedback collected. And so I want to just come back and ask you for feedback. Are there any stakeholders that you feel were missing or left out of the proposed list that I very quickly went through with you? I can go back to that slide if you like. There we go.
Trustees? Okay, I think we're probably going to be fine with it. Let's take public comment real quick. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the podium with the yellow speaker card. Seeing as there is none. No, trustees are okay with the stakeholder groups presented?
I just had a question. Looking at the list of stakeholders, does the leadership team include principals, or is it just the district? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure it included.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I'm
Ms.
good with it.
Fitzgerald. I'm
Thank you.
very glad that we're doing this. I think it's, it's legally required, but it's also an important piece for our community to have in place. We will now move on to item D, the 24-20. Oh, no, we're ahead of that. Item F, the 24-25 role of school counselors, again with our Director of Health and Wellness, Karen Jinbo.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. And I think the universe is telling us something because my batteries just died on my earbuds. Okay, so I do want to spend a little bit more time on a couple of slides here on the role of the school counselors. As we all know, we moved into district employed school counselors, moving away from CHAC. And as a fiscal response. And of course, everything's always grounded in our strategic plan for student social emotional health. So when we are examining the practices or the practice standards for school counselors, ASCA is our guiding association. That's the American School Counseling Association. We utilize the ASCA national model as our framework for program planning, and it is aligned with our strategic plan. So our school counselors are credentialed and they're union members, and an initial crosswalk between the ASCA school counselor standards and the national model that demonstrates alignment between our job description and them in these ways: database decision-making, balance duties between direct and indirect services, and then promoting academic and social emotional development for all students. So as we look at a comprehensive school counseling program, our school counselors since August have engaged in examining school data, looking at school plans, and beginning to build what is very reflexive and responsive to their particular school site. And so they've started that initial program planning based on that data analysis. They will be getting feedback from their principals, as well as gathering some input and feedback from teachers over the next month. And they will iterate their program plan accordingly as they receive feedback. as we look at moving from a community-based organization model to a comprehensive school counseling model as a cost-saving measure, we want to make very clear note that our middle school counselors are credentialed and licensed differently than the CHAC counselors were. And the other consideration that what has been brought up in the past, and we are very attuned to, is that our middle school counselors will see an increase in their direct and indirect student services than in the past, because previously our middle school counselors were in place with CHAC counselors. And so we're really keeping an eye on that as well. And so as we think about other considerations in looking at what our role of our school counselors is, we want to make sure we're continuing to meet student needs. We really very much want to clarify the role of the school counselor, as well as seeking stakeholder input from students, staff, and parents on our student supports within our comprehensive model. Looking at our stakeholder input, we, both the coordinator White and myself, make monthly health and wellness site visits with the principal as well as the school counselors. We do have school counselor job-like monthly meetings, leadership team meetings, as well as we will have an open-ended question survey through Thought Exchange. We will be coming back to the Board of Trustees. This is our kickoff announcement, and then November 21st, we'll be back with an update. And then at the end of the year, we will give you an analysis of all of the input we've received, as well as our practices and services to students. And the one question to the Board of Trustees is, how do you envision a school counselor's role?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from trustees? Trustee Lambert.
How many school counselors do we have right now?
We have 12.
How are they dispersed across the district?
Every elementary school has one full-time school counselor. Crittenden Middle School has one full-time school counselor, and Graham has 2 full-time school counselors.
Okay, great, thanks.
Trustee Blakely.
Yes, I know that the law had changed in terms of when school employees are providing services directly to students, counseling services, that it's possible to bill Medicare. Are we exploring that option? I mean, I don't know if that's going to be their role, but
Yes, so there is the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, and we are a cohort 2 member. So we are actually working on our infrastructure and exploring and learning what we need to do in order to achieve the billing status.
okay. And then in terms of the type of model that CHAC did sometimes for like classes for kids, or just like a more group kinds of settings, they worked with interns. Would we ever envision a scenario where we might work with interns or more junior people who are working on getting their licensing?
It is a strong possibility. It is a very smart and wise move to do, as it builds our ability to bring in school counselors that maybe we've trained under our operation.
But the type of licensing that our counselors have does permit that kind of supervision and training.
Under particular credentialing. So our school counselors can supervise PPS candidates, and those are the state credentials for under the teaching credential. The licensing that our CHAC counselors had, supervision of those interns requires a different type of licensure. As an example, I'm a licensed educational psychologist with the Board of Behavioral Sciences. That's the type of license that would require that type of supervision.
Okay, thank you.
It would be fantastic to have our own pipeline. I'm a little concerned about the middle schools. So what is the comparison between the staffing of counselors at middle schools last year and then now this year?
So in terms of school counselors, or school counselors and CHAC?
Well, we know CHAC is gone. So how many school counselors? I guess both. So school
Yeah.
counselors in Chac last year and then school counselors this year.
Yeah, so Crittenden had about a 1.5 FTE check, and their school counselor, their full-time school counselor. Graham has their 2 school counselors last year as well, and 2 Chac interns.
We really haven't replaced those missing Chac personnel at all.
We haven't in terms of personnel, hired personnel, but we do have a strategy because we did look at the referral and service lists, numbers from last year from Chac at the various elementary schools. And we are already primed for backfilling needs at the middle schools with elementary school counselors who might not have the same level of service demand as others.
Okay, thank you.
One more question. As this whole process evolves and the counselors and administration determine what kind of service they're going to be providing, is it possible that we might work with Pacific Clinics or another vendor to provide some of the the classroom type training or the specific more severe referrals?
Yes, so we do continue to have the school link services with Pacific Clinics at our 5 schools. And I hope I get this right, Castro Mistral, Therakoff, Crittenden, Graham, and I'm missing one. I apologize, I'm going blank. So those schools do have the opportunity to use Pacific Clinics through our school link services. The other schools that are not on that service provision, that we're in a place where we wouldn't be able to use Pacific Clinics with those schools. But yes, to your question about the classroom offerings and the group offerings, as well as the higher intensive services, we do have that available to us through Pacific Clinics.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card. There appears to be no comment at this time. Any further comments from trustees?
Yeah, just one to address your question. How does the Board of Trustees envision the school counselor's role? I went online and read some articles about this, and it really seems like the school counselor's role is almost as a liaison with the student and basically the entire sort of educational community and supporting the emotional and educational needs of that child and sort of coordinating people together and getting necessary outside services as well to support. So this, for want of a better word, this liaison type role seems to be what is recommended.
Trustee Berman.
I agree with Trustee Lambert. I also went online, and the place that I went to was actually the ASCA website, the essential role of elementary school counselors, and it basically said that, right? It's supporting students, assessing what their needs are, being a liaison for families, supporting parents, and then making a broader connection if there is maybe some deeper counseling that's needed, being able to connect them with resources in our county or our city. So that's what I think of. And I know that there were lots of students that were seeing their Chac counselors. So I just would love for there to be some sort of continuation of that and as much as we can. But I know that we have our counselors are limited, but we'll sort of address if there's a backlog, we'll address that.
Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I agree with what both my colleagues have said, but I also would really hope that there's some avenue to what you talked about, promoting academic and social emotional development for all students, some kinds of classroom types of activities. And this could be, layered in with our cell curriculum, but I loved the Art Together program at the beginning of the year where all the kids did a little, it wasn't exactly art therapy, but they had like 5 or 6 sessions at the beginning of the year where they expressed themselves through art and were like encouraged to, given vocabulary to talk about their emotions or show it. I think just sort of normalizing the fact that it's okay to talk about mental health, but also helping kids be aware of their needs, and then be able to express it is very helpful. And I think sometimes in a group setting that is an effective way to do that. So I hope that we can continue programs like that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with my colleagues. I think my one concern is with chalk disappearing. Something that I've heard a lot from families is how challenging it is when a child does need counseling to find that, even through private providers. There's just a real lack of therapy and counseling available within our county. And CHAC was a place that, it wasn't a full clinical psychiatrist, but it was somebody who was filling that role for the students who were at that appropriate service level. And I just want to make sure we still have those touch points for the children in our district that need them, that we're not just trying to refer out for counseling services, but whenever possible, we still have that counseling program within the school district that is providing, one-on-one sessions, as well as like some of the small group sessions, the classroom work. There's a lot that goes into it. And my biggest concern is middle school, because those counselors also, they're dealing with like student schedule changes. And we didn't beef them up with extras this year. So I would like to, see an update on this probably in January or December on how it's going and how the caseloads are, and if we're having to backfill and how we're addressing that. Thank you very much for the presentation. On that note, we will move on to our next item, which is the Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6145 Extracurricular and Co-curricular Activities first reading with Chief Academic Officer Kathy Bauer.
So good evening, trustees. So I am bringing this policy to you tonight. It is a required policy that has an annual review by the local governing board each year. When I looked at recommendations from CSBA, it did have some recommended changes, small changes in terms of wording, word choice, some moving around of some languages, but nothing that significantly changes the policy or the administrative regulation. So pending any discussion or input tonight, I will bring it back at the next meeting for approval at second reading.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bauer. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or in person, you can submit a yellow speaker card. There does not appear to be public comment at this time. Further comments from trustees? No, thank you very much, Ms. Bauer, for staying up with us.
Absolutely.
We will now move on to the opportunity to address the board regarding closed session. This is item 7. If you're a member of the public and you would like to address the board regarding the one item on closed session, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or approach the board and submit a yellow speaker card in person. There does not appear to be anyone in person or online who would like to comment on closed session. So at 10:29 p.m., we are adjourning to closed session. At 11:09 p.m., we are back from closed session. No action was taken in closed session. We'll move on to item 10, board updates. Any board updates? Okay. And then item 11 is future board meeting dates. We have September 19th, we'll talk about the iReady diagnostic, October 3rd, the math adoption process overview, and October 17th, the greening process. And with that, at 11:10 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View School Board is adjourned.